Chapter 649. Come, let's all take one step back. Chapter 649. Come, let's all take one step back. The ox monster held a huge axe and its eyes shone with red light. Everything neck down was hairy. He was burly and veins bulged under the skin. Red vapor spewed out of his nostrils and he let out a low growl. "I've controlled it," Hopkins called out. "I'll go get the foundation stone," Tarila said. "You have to stay and protect me." Hopkins clearly didn't want Tarila to touch the foundation stone first. The crypt demons screamed at the ox man. He replied with a thunderous growl. The crypt demons charged into the center, but the ox man lifted a fist and sent a demon flying out. As if going crazy, the crypt demons all charged over. But they were powerless against the ox man. He was too strong. Even though the crypt demons had an advantage in numbers, they still weren't his match. "This is a minotaur, right?" West and the others had very uncomfortable expressions. A legendary monster was right before their eyes. How could they keep calm? Aren't minotaurs from Greek mythology? Chen Zhao asked. How can it be here? The history here should be more ancient than the ancient Greeks, right? It's not the time to discuss this, President. What should we do? Chen Zhao looked toward the center. The ox man was waving his axe there. Even though this stopped the crypt demons from approaching, it also stopped the grandfather and Tarila from getting close. All the crypt demons were gathering at the top. They attacked the ox man crazily, but the man was too destructive for them. When he swept his axe across, 3 or 4 crypt demons would be dismembered. Right then, the old crypt demon looked at Chen Zhao. "Help me." Chen Zhao hesitated. Should he help? Give you that? The old demon pointed at the foundation stone in the center. Chen Zhao frowned. Weren't they attacking the ox monster at all costs just to protect the foundation stone? Why would they give it to him? No, it wasn't logical. Why? Chen Zhao asked. The old crypt demon looked at the center again. Chen Zhao couldn't actually communicate smoothly with it. Crypt demons were a creature between humans and wild beasts. It was still hard for Chen Zhao to communicate with the beast whisperer language. "Belia, give me the bracelet," Chen Zhao said. "Support me with your dance." Belia gave him a bracelet and then started dancing. Chen Zhao pulled out the bronze sword and stepped toward the ox monster. Right then, the ox monster raised his huge axe again and hacked down at Chen Zhao. Mouth of gluttony. Eye of power. Purple chi covered the bronze sword instantly. The sword clashed with the axe. Chen Zhao felt an unprecedented force and stumbled 2 steps back. The ox man also took a step back. Everyone gaped at Chen Zhao. Even though he'd lost, that strike was still shocking. He was facing a monster that was 10 times bigger than him. A legendary monster. The grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila also looked on in disbelief. Was this guy really human? He was a monster too. Chen Zhao felt his blood roiling. Again. "I'll go get the foundation stone," Tarila said while sprinting toward the center. Hopkins wanted to stop her, but he couldn't be distracted right now. He had to control the ox monster. The crypt demons saw Tarila approach the center and instantly pounced toward her. Glancing at them, Tarila released the spirits of 10 ancient witches to help block them. Chen Zhao saw Tarila in the corner of his vision. The black shadow under his feet suddenly moved. It stretched to the stone platform and grabbed the foundation stone. But the instant the shadow grabbed the stone actually sank into the shadow. This wasn't what Chen Zhao had planned. He'd wanted to give it to the mouth of gluttony. But the black shadow took it instead. That instant, the shadow expanded suddenly, becoming more than 10 times larger than before. The shadow under the ox monster's feet was also covered. His feet started sinking into the shadow. It was like he was in quicksand. The ox monster tried to break free from the black quicksand. He lifted a foot, but he lost balance and his body was dragged into darkness quickly. At the same time, the shadow extended hands that kept tugging at the ox monster's limbs. Seeing that Chen Zhao actually snatched the foundation stone away, Tarila immediately moved the witch spirits toward him. Pamela attacked, but she was only able to fight with one spirit. 9 witch spirits continued to charge at Chen Zhao. Just then, a black shadow whooshed past. The 9 evil spirits were squeezed together into a ball without warning. Everyone's expressions froze. They gaped at Chen Zhao. They didn't know just how strong Chen Zhao was or how many other hidden cards he had. He fought with the ox monster by himself while also taking care of 9 ancient witch spirits. He was practically undefeatable. Chen Zhao's black shadow couldn't completely swallow up the ox man, but it could control his lower body to immobilize him. The black shadow seemed to have a limit. It couldn't swallow everything on land. Chen Zhao didn't want to drag it out either, because his mana was used up crazily with every second that the shadow lasted. He moved behind the ox man. Everyone could guess Chen Zhao's intention. The ox man wanted to turn around too, but it was trapped. Chen Zhao swung his sword with all his might. The entire world was silent. The ox man's head rolled off of his shoulders and stopped moving. Next, the black shadow spat out the ox man's body. Chen Zhao was exhausted, but he looked at the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. Okay, let's continue. The 3 had grave expressions. Chen Zhao's strength impressed them but also terrified them. They'd thought that the ox monster was undefeatable, but he'd died in Chen Zhao's hands. President, we don't have a great rivalry. How about we each take a step back? Sure. Chen Zhao took a step back. Not enough. I'll give you 2 more steps for free. You sure that you'll win? Hopkins clenched his teeth while staring at Chen Zhao. Yeah, that's what I think. Unhappy. Chen Zhao pulled the bronze sword out again. Come, I'll only use one hand. Suddenly, an ice bridge appeared behind the grandfather, Hopkins, and Tarila. It extended from the tip of the pyramid all the way down. The 3 jumped onto the bridge and slid down. Ruby was waiting for them at the bottom. President, stop them. Chapter 650, There's a traitor amongst us. Chapter 650, There's a traitor amongst us. Hopkins turned to look at Chen Zhao at the top of the pyramid. Asian, remember this. I will return and erase all the humiliation from today. No need to wait. Let's do it today. Chen Zhao looked down at the 3. Stop us if you can. Hopkins, Tarila, the grandfather, and Ruby clearly didn't want to keep fighting. They'd all witnessed how strong Chen Zhao was. If they remained here, they would die, so they chose to retreat immediately. But just then, skeletons broke out from under the pyramid. Everyone's expressions froze as they stared at the skeletons all over the place. What was even more absurd was that all the skeletons had machine guns. West's group was also confused. Was this real? It was too weird. Why did these skeletons have modern gear too? Just how much did the president have planned? Hopkins and the 3 others all turned purple. Okay, now tell me how you plan on escaping, Chen Zhao called out. I'm going to count from 3. You either surrender or you die. 3, 2. The 4 raised their hands, but that movement didn't stop Chen Zhao from calling out 1. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. Stop, stop, I messed up. Don't waste the ammo. That's all money. But it was too late. Even gods would die under a rain of bullets. At first, Ruby was able to defend herself with the ice wall, but when the skeleton soldiers started throwing grenades, she broke down with the wall. As for the other three, they couldn't escape the fate of turning into beehives either. Human, leave. The old crypt demon looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao looked back at him and then at the beheaded ox-headed man. At first, Qin Zhao thought that the crypt demons were protecting the foundation stone. But they gave it to Qin Zhao so easily as compensation. Let's go. They're not good hosts at all. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. President, you're the best host. We should have a party at your place next time. Don't even think about it. Whoever comes to my house for no reason, I'll feed you to the fish. Qin Zhao looked at his underlings. Starting tomorrow, all of you go get some missions. Accept any paranormal events. Why did I even bring you all here? So useless. Oh, aren't there two more? One of them is an underground walker, I think. President, that's not our fault. We didn't run into our target along the way. What's the other guy? Anyone remember? I think they could transform their appearances. What use is that ability good for? Disrupting the enemy force. Qin Zhao looked at everyone and considered it. Do you think one of us is a spy? Everyone looked at each other. I don't think so. We're all here, no more, no less. Qin Zhao scanned everyone. If you come out now, you can live. If I have to find you personally, you'll stay here to feed the crypt demons. Even if you can look identical to my people, you can't pass the memory test, so you better come out obediently. Everyone exchanged glances. Was there really a spy among them? 1, 2, 3. West walked out with a terrified expression. Where's the real West? I hypnotized him. Qin Zhao looked at the scam West. He's not dead, right? No. When did you get in here? When we came up, I mixed in among the crypt demons. Let's go see West first. They found West. He'd only been hypnotized and wasn't hurt. Qin Zhao kicked him awake and West shot up. Ah! President, you all. When he saw his other self, his expression turned blank. Take him back to the headquarters. Let's go. It was already night outside, but they could still feel the fresh air. Compared to the repressive environment and muggy air inside the crypt, the outside was much more refreshing. I didn't think the family would have a loser too. Everyone mocked Fendilon, the fake guy. Fendilon didn't say anything. From his appearance, he was indeed like a loser. But he was quite useful in past battles. As long as he disguised himself as the enemy and did some things behind the scenes, he could bring unexpected problems to the enemy camp. He'd even disassembled the entire enemy camp by himself once. But it didn't work with the supernatural organization, because as long as he was unable to get rid of Qin Zhao, then everything was meaningless. Thus, Fendilon acted obediently the entire time as if nothing had happened. He just wanted to escape this place safely and then disappear. Never appear before Qin Zhao again. The president of the supernatural organization was honestly too scary. He didn't want to face Qin Zhao ever again. Before, he thought that the family was already very strong. He thought that the family could fight against anyone and any force. In the end, they all died in Qin Zhao's hands. Even the undefeatable Father Hopkins and Mother Tarila were now only piles of ground meat. It wasn't the first time that the supernatural organization saw Qin Zhao fight. But during the Mapleville mission, Qin Zhao only did what was needed, so everyone's impression of him was still quite unclear. They knew he was strong, but just how strong? They didn't know. Today, they finally had a clearer impression. Qin Zhao was definitely the strongest president in the history of the supernatural organization. The next day, Qin Zhao had them go out to pick up some jobs and make some extra cash. It had the nice name of combat training. However, they were indeed very weak. Other than Jolanash, none of them had a complete set of combat abilities. As for yesterday, only Pamela and Belia had actually done anything, but their effect was minimal. As for Qin Zhao, he just sunbathed at home. Of course, while sunbathing, he also studied the dark shadow, his new technique. This was an ability that was the most effective at night. It came from the King of Wrath. Samuel explained it to Qin Zhao. No one could understand this ability more than Samuel. Chapter 651, If you're packaged up, you can be a god too. Chapter 651, If you're packaged up, you can be a god too. Qin Zhao could feel a core inside the shadow. It was probably the foundation stone, the source of mana. If Qin Zhao activated the dark shadow, then the foundation stone would replace Qin Zhao and provide mana to the shadow. Samuel, Qin Zhao said. With the dark shadow, is it stronger if the shadow is larger? No. You can imagine the dark shadow as a specific amount of water. If you stand there, the shadow hat you see is the entrance. At night, you can use your mana to expand the entrance infinitely. But while expanding, it also means that the dark serum is also spread out. Samuel jumped onto Qin Zhao's shadow. The dark shadow started moving instantly. It wasn't Qin Zhao who activated it. It was Samuel. Under his control, the dark serum in the dark shadow kept spewing up. The liquid transformed into an incredibly sharp knife. The blade cut through the ground and chopped down a tree instantly. Qin Zhao tried it too. It was quite easy to extract the serum. But the next step, converging it into a knife, like Samuel had done, was very hard. The main difference was that Qin Zhao's knife wasn't sharp at all. He copied Samuel and shot the knife at a tree. But the knife instantly broke down into serum again and flowed back into the dark shadow. Why can't I make it sharp like you? Is there a special trick? There's no trick, Samuel said. It depends on your personality. You're calm now and have no murderous intent. The dark serum expresses your inner state. So, that means I can never be like you. Qin Zhao felt that it was really cool how Samuel summoned dark serum into a sharp knife. There are many uses for the serum. You can use it as quicksand, like how you attacked the ox monster yesterday. Samuel's body started sinking in the serum. Qin Zhao rushed over to fish him out, but Samuel already sank in fully. A moment later, he floated up again. This time, he was hugging the foundation stone. Hey, this isn't a foundation stone. It's a foundation gem. What's a foundation gem? Isn't it a stone? Do you know about the mutant god? No, don't try to teach about religion and stuff. Do I look like I'm going to talk about this stuff with you? Then why did you mention some mutant god or whatever? I feel anxious hearing about it. The so-called mutant god is just a stronger mutant, Samuel said indifferently. They exist in hell and the human world. Like that guy that your people brought over yesterday morning. He received the mutant god's power through sacrifice. No matter how many limbs Princess and the others ate, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he'd keep receiving power from the mutant god. That Akiro received power continuously from the mutant god so he wouldn't get sapped dry. If the supply is continuous, then yes, but the mutant god isn't stupid. If he feels his power disappearing, he'd stop the connection. Then what does this have to do with the foundation stone? Wait, no. Foundation gem. Regular foundation stones are made out of a witch's mana source. There are similar methods in hell to use a demon's power. But this one's different. It's created with the power source of a mutant god. A mutant god is really strong, right? Who can turn it into a foundation gem? They're rare. It doesn't mean they're strong. It has God in its title. Isn't that a big deal? If you disguise yourself, you can pretend to be someone's god too. Oh, right. Go disguise yourself and trick some believers. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That thought is very dangerous. But he understood what Samuel meant. These so-called mutant gods weren't as almighty as imagined. They only pretended to be gods after getting packaged up. Or people treated them as gods randomly. Why do Princess and the others like it so much? Oh. It's a top delicacy for demons and mixed demons. It's also very precious. You don't seem interested. I have a few hundred mutants in captivity. Okay, there was no point talking to a rich guy. Like, if you're talking about what's good to eat and then the other guy just said, I have a specialized farm at home for that, then the conversation was dead. Then, you should have a foundation gem too, right? The mutants in my territory are raised for meat. We cut off a chunk of meat every now and then and it can recover quickly. But they're too weak, so they can't be turned into foundation gems. Chen Zhao continued trying to practice the dark shadow. The amount of serum couldn't be changed, so the size of the shadow meant a difference in density. If he turned the dark shadow into the size of Mirror Lake, then it would have very low density. Similarly, if the area was small, then it would be very dense. Chen Zhao figured out another use. He could use the serum to block bullets. He brought out a skeleton soldier and had it shoot straight at him. In the beginning, he was scared, so he drew out the distance. But after a few tries, he realized how unnecessary his worrying was. As long as the serum was dense enough, it was like an indestructible steel wall before him. Of course, it wasn't completely bulletproof. In the end, the dark serum was just a highly dense liquid. The liquid changed according to Chen Zhao's will. But it still had its own threshold. It was higher than most liquids, but it didn't mean that it was actually indestructible. Chen Zhao couldn't ensure that his serum wall would block a sniper rifle. Mr. Chen, are you home? Nat called. Yes. We created an outfit for Princess and your little cat. Is it okay for us to come over and have them try it out? Sure, come on over. A while later, Nat, Triss, and Cooper arrived. The assistants Faven and Jabari also arrived. After that day, Brighton never showed up again. They didn't know where he went, but they were sure that he wasn't happy at all. But it was like nothing had happened. It seemed that no one cared where Brighton went. This filled them with respect for Chen Zhao. Chapter 652, Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Chapter 652, Inviting Gaia to the Organization. Please take a seat. They found Chen Zhao completely different today. It did not feel as stressful as the other day. Of course, this did not mean that they could be careless. What happened to Brighton was a stern warning to them. Chen Zhao was not someone they could afford to offend. Any wine for you? Sorry, we don't drink during work. Fine, I won't force you. However, they smelled the intoxicating aroma very soon. Beside them, Faven and Jabari began to wipe away tears. Even Triss was no longer in the mood to work. Nat and Cooper were in a similar state. Most normal people could not resist the purple bruise tear-producing effect. You really don't want a glass? I won't tell Zola about it. Chen Zhao was like a demon who lured them into the abyss. After they drank, they were in a worse state for work. Although the purple brew would not make one drunk, it would make one heartbroken. Fortunately, the effect was gone before long. They started working again. Chen Zhao sunbathed in the forecourt, while the 5 people had Princess try the costume in the room. Nat, what wine was that? The purple brew, Nat answered calmly. I've seen the wine's bamboo container in Zola's house. It's the same as the one on the bar counter there. The purple brew. That's the legendary purple brew. Yup. Mr. Chen actually treated us to the purple brew. Ah. I heard that a bottle of purple brew costs 2 million. Did I drink $100,000 just now? Faven exclaimed. Jabri turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao, who was outside. He's so charming. Stop zoning out and focus on your work, Triss reminded. Samuel wore a mini costume and allowed the 5 to dress him up. Wow, he looks really handsome in the costume. And he isn't resisting at all. Normally, cats will feel very uncomfortable with just a bit of fabric. Come, lift your paw. Ha. He can understand me. Alright, stop being surprised. They're Mr. Chen's pets. What's so strange about that? Meow. Do I look handsome? Samuel held his head up proudly. Oh, I need my mount. Snow White, Snow White. Come here. Ha. A cougar. A white cougar. Although cougars were also fierce beasts, Snow White was not as big or terrifying as compared to the other pets in the house. Nonetheless, the group was still amazed. Her white skin was as smooth as the best silk. She was emitting a noble temperament mixed with some pride. Nat propped his chin, staring at Snow White. Right. Nat suddenly shouted. What again? What if it appears on the new product show in New York? Should we ask boss first? Let me call her. Nat seemed like he was trying to take the credit. The others would not compete with him. Nat knew how to please Zola the most. Last time, Nat offended Chen Zhao, but in just a few days, Zola used Nat again as if nothing had happened. Of course, it was also because Nat knew how to deal with people. Zola, I have a new discovery in Mr. Chen's house. What is it? Wait a second. I'll send you the photo. Nat took a photo of Snow White and sent it to Zola. Wow, is it Chen's new pet? It's beautiful. I had no idea he actually has a cougar. Zola, do you think it's a good idea for it to appear on stage? Of course, but help me to ask Chen. Is he home? Yes, he is. Zola, would you like to speak with him? Give him the phone. Nat approached Chen Zhao like a minion, holding the phone with both hands. Mr. Chen, boss would like to speak with you. Nat was the kind who bullied the weak but feared the strong. He would diligently serve those who were more powerful than him. However, he would be very harsh toward those who were weaker. Nevertheless, his ability was unquestionable, or Zola would not have placed him in such an important position. Chen, Nat just sent me a photo of a white cougar. Your pet? Yes. Can I borrow it too? Sure. Anyway, I plan to bring my whole family to New York. She'll be one of the passengers. Great. Oh, can she appear on stage? She's quite aloof. If you want her to walk on the catwalk, it's best to make her walk with my pet cat. Why? Because she listens to my cat. What? Why would a cougar listen to a cat? Maybe because my cat's called Samuel. Samuel, the Demon King. Why would you name your cat that? Because he's like a demon king at home. Alright, it's decided then. I'll make some adjustments to the show. By the way, what's the procedure for taking pets on a plane? For commercial airlines, you can only check your pets in, but it's much easier for private planes. You only need health certificates for them. Do you need me to use my connections for any of your pets? Air. Yes, actually. You've seen Abitos. He's been growing quickly, so he's quite different from when he registered. I haven't seen Abitos in a while. How big is he now? Almost 5 meters long, Chen Zhao said. 600 kilograms. Zola gasped. It was too big. She remembered Abitos being only 3 meters long when she last saw him. That's not difficult. Leave it to me. Zola knew many people, so Chen Zhao was not too worried. The group of designers had finished trying the costumes on Princess and Samuel. Meanwhile, they also took Snow White's measurements. Mr. Chen, we're done. We'll be leaving now. Bye. Nice, bye. We need to test Snow White's costume 2 days later. We'll be here again. You're always welcome. Of course, it was only for politeness. After the designers left, Chen Zhao's phone rang again. Chen, have you been very busy lately? I failed to reach you a few times already. I joined the supernatural organization and became their president, but the other members are all trash. Oh. There are people like you and me. Why? Are you interested? I would like to have an exchange with them, and to display my ability. You want to join? You can help me with the job too. Sure. Gaia seemed very interested. Chapter 653, Class B. Chapter 653, Class B. To Gaia, she was brought into the supernatural world by Chen Zhao. Now, she had a special ability. But she could not display it in front of others. It was very depressing. Usually, Chen Zhao was the only person she could talk to about this. Is there any taboo in the supernatural organization? Don't tell them that I'm the one who activated your bloodline. That's all. Okay, got it. Gaia was rather impatient. Can we go there now? Sure, I'll go and fetch you. Chen Zhao drove to Gaia's place. Gaia seemed especially excited. She could finally meet her companions, people whom she could communicate with. Chen Zhao laughed. He hoped that she would not be too disappointed at her new companions. The car arrived at the HQ. When Gaia alighted, she stared at the somewhat historical building before her. Immediately, she exclaimed, "What a mysterious building." Ha! Just then, Aduz approached them. President. Gaia looked at Aduz. Hi, I'm Gaia. You're? I'm Aduz, the security guard here. As the protector of this place, Aduz had to be super powerful. Aw. My hand, Aduz screamed. He's a normal person. Chen Zhao covered his face. You're going to break his hand. Ha. Normal person. Sorry. Gaia looked noticeably unnatural. She originally wanted to display her power. But the first person she met was actually a normal person. Chen Zhao gathered everyone in the meeting room. Let me introduce someone to you, Gaia, a fitness coach. She'll be joining the organization. Hello, everyone, I'm Fire Dragon Gaia. Fire Dragon Gaia. Chen Zhao turned his head. I came up with it myself. Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. The supernatural organization was really toxic. Gaia also became abnormal after joining. President, Madam Gaia. Please call me Ms. I'm single, or just say my name. Fine, Gaia, what type of magic do you know? Magic? Gaia turned to look at Chen Zhao. She did not know any magic. Gaia is not a witch. She's special. She has a draconic bloodline. Everyone was wowed. They knew that there were people with special bloodlines. But they did not expect Qin Zhao to bring someone with a draconic bloodline. Gaia, can we test your magical power? Jalag asked. Qin Zhao also wanted to see if Gaia had any magical power. How? Hold that sphere with both hands. Gaia walked up and held the sensory rockwood. Immediately, the pointer shot up. Mana, 301. The group exclaimed. Finally, there was someone strong. Everyone became much more enthusiastic. Only Jalanash was unhappy because her ranking dropped by 1 again. Furthermore, Gaia looked like a tough person. Indeed, with a mana of 301, she was in Class B. Apart from the president, she had the highest mana. When Qin Zhao had first joined the organization, Jalanash had the thought of beating him someday. After seeing his terrifying power, however, she lost that hope. Fighting with Qin Zhao seemed no different than committing suicide. Now, another powerful person joined the organization. Gaia, what does your fire dragon bloodline give you? My strength is almost 2 tons, and I can breathe fire, Gaia said. Can we see it? Go outside, Qin Zhao said. Gaia went outside. It was the first time she would display her power before anyone other than Qin Zhao. Gaia inhaled deeply. Her chest expanded greatly, after which she huffed. A scorching beam of dragon breath shot out from Gaia's mouth, continuing all the way forward. Everyone was forced to retreat from the searing breath. Powerful. I can sense how much the flame can hurt me, Pamela said. Gaia, are you or the president stronger? Gaia looked at Qin Zhao and asked, how about a fight? Sure. I'll be serious. Gaia boiled with ardor, while Qin Zhao nodded. Gaia did not have to worry about injuring Qin Zhao. She knew that Qin Zhao was extremely powerful, even after she had activated her fire dragon bloodline. Gaia opened her mouth and expelled a beam of dragon breath. Lifting his right arm, Qin Zhao absorbed the breath, after which he turned his arm away. Boom! After being compressed, the dragon breath shot at the cliff on the side. With a loud boom, a large portion of the cliff was blasted off. Gaia saw Qin Zhao block her attack so easily. She knew that Qin Zhao was way stronger than her. However, she did not plan to give up just yet. Again. Gaia took in another deep breath, but she did not expel anything immediately. Instead, she shot out a few fireballs, one after another. A dark serum barrier rose up before Qin Zhao. The fireballs exploded on the barrier, but Qin Zhao was totally unharmed. Gaia suddenly charged toward Qin Zhao, but the next instant, she felt her legs grow heavy. Her lower body began to sink into the shadow below Qin Zhao. Gaia wanted to escape from the shadow, but it was very difficult. Qin Zhao's shadow was like a deep swamp. I lost. Gaia admitted defeat at once. Qin Zhao's ability was too weird. She could not fight back at all. This must be magic. Qin Zhao released Gaia, who walked out of the dark shadow. She realized that there was some black liquid on her body. But the liquid very quickly slid off her body and merged into the shadow below Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao hugged Gaia as a comfort. I'm not that fragile, and I already knew the outcome, Gaia said with a smile. Gaia, this is yours. Qin Zhao gave Gaia a red ring. What's this? It represents your current mana class. Of course, magical power is not equivalent to power. Qin Zhao displayed his golden ring. Then, West explained to Gaia how their class system worked. If I can increase my mana to above 400, can I get a golden ring? Like the one Qin has. Of course, West replied, but the president's mana isn't 400. It's at least 500. Oh, President, your mana reached the upper limit of 500 in the previous test. I've then made some improvements to the mana tester. Now the limit sits at 1000. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao curiously. They also wanted to know what Qin Zhao's mana was. Qin Zhao wanted to know too. In fact, after the last test, he went to hell, where his magical power increased further. Chapter 654, Of course I sell, why would I not? Chapter 654, Of course I sell, why would I not? Qin Zhao gripped the sensory rockwood and the pointer jumped up at once. This time, it again reached the maximum. Everyone's eyes almost dropped out. Was 1000 still not enough to test Qin Zhao's power? They all looked at Qin Zhao in awe. Jolanash seemed completely disappointed. Originally, she had the wild hope that perhaps their difference was not that great, and she had a chance of catching up. When she saw the pointer, however, her heart sank. Their difference was colossal. The president's power was on another level. Jolag, why didn't you set it even higher? West complained. I would like to, but there is a threshold to how much magical power a piece of sensory rockwood can transmit. Anything above the threshold cannot be measured. Whether I set the limit to 1000 or 10,000, the actual threshold doesn't change. That's because you're not good enough. Try harder, West said. Make an electronic display next time. The pointer isn't accurate at all. That's for the future. Have you had missions recently? Qin Zhao asked. President, there aren't that many missions. Even if we want to, we might not get them. Chen, what do you mean by missions? Gaia asked. Usually supernatural events, or pseudo-supernatural events. In fact, most supernatural events were not real. People might think they were real due to psychological reasons. Only a small minority were real supernatural events, among which only 10% were malignant. Just like tumors, supernatural events could be classified as being malignant or benign. Benign supernatural events were mostly pranks by spirits. They would cause difficulties and troubles for people, but they were not fatal or dangerous. On the other hand, in the small number of malignant supernatural events, the culprits would be evil spirits. Many victims would either die or be injured. Spiritualists, whether they acted alone or in groups like the Supernatural Organization, were committed to eliminating such evil spirits and quelling these problems. Now that you mention it, I think there's been a supernatural event happening above my fitness center, but I'm not too sure. Oh. What is it? Remember the boxing center Zanla Douglas opened? Yeah, did something happen? Since you broke his arms, the boxing center had been suffering a rapid decline in business. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao, guessing how that person had offended him. A month ago, there was a fire in his boxing center. Zanla Douglas also died in the fire. And then, a few days ago, a student from the previous boxing center went into the burned center and heard frightening noises. It's like someone was boxing, but there was no one else. Gaia took a meaningful glance at Qin Zhao. If there's really a ghost, it's probably Zanla Douglas. Chen, do you want to go and finish him off? Not interested, Qin Zhao said. Nobody was surprised by Qin Zhao's reply. What was an evil spirit to Qin Zhao? A few hundred-year-old witch spirit could not even take a single hit from Qin Zhao. An ordinary evil spirit would probably die in Qin Zhao's sneeze. Anyway, Gaia was very interested in it. She discussed with the others about exploring that place tonight. West, Gaia's one of us now. Do the necessary procedure for her. I'm going home. The so-called procedure referred to the signing of the contract, like the one that Qin Zhao had signed earlier. As the Supernatural Organization, they would obviously not use a normal contract. When Chen Zhao returned home, he went to meditate on the internal alchemy stone at the center of the lake, practicing the Qingyi manual. This was the only method Chen Zhao had to increase his magical power. However, he was not a patient person. In the last 4 months, Chen Zhao had only practiced the Qingyi manual a few times. The abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area was actually extremely beneficial for magic cultivation. It was like swimmers. Swimmers from Africa, where water was scarce, could hardly compete with swimmers from other continents. It was the same for spiritual qi. Spiritual qi was to spiritualists as water was to swimmers. Training one's posture in dry land was far less useful than training one's speed in water. Despite having such an environment, however, Chen Zhao would usually choose to float in the water and do nothing. It was rare to see him actively practicing the Qingyi manual. Guided by the manual, Chen Zhao's magical power, or spiritual power, flowed continuously in his body, exchanging with the worldly spiritual qi. It was time to do some finances again. Chen Zhao's magical power would absorb the essence in the air to become richer and then return to his body. Then, he would exhale the clouded gas and repeat the process. Cultivation was dull and monotonous. Indeed, after just half an hour, Chen Zhao lost his patience. No, it's just been half an hour. I can't be lazy. Chen Zhao decided to change his posture and continue cultivating. Cultivation did not require one to sit cross-legged, at least not for the Qingyi manual. In fact, any posture would do. Chen Zhao lay on the internal alchemy stone and resumed cultivation. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual qi in the stone slowly seep into his skin. He did not feel anything when he was sitting on the stone, but now that most of his skin was touching the stone, it became obvious. Then Chen Zhao fell asleep. When he woke up, Fei Lai was already back from work. She saw Chen Zhao sleeping on the stone and woke him up. Chen, is that sphere that comfortable for sleeping? I've been calling your name a few times. Yes, try it next time. It's a really good place to sleep. Fei Lai knew that the sphere was somewhat special. She had no idea how Chen Zhao had managed to get it there. But she did not know what exactly it was for. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Winnip. Chen, someone's interested in buying your wine. Are you selling it? What? Seriously? Chen Zhao's eyes almost fell out. Correct. Yes, why would I not? That's 100 million. Chen Zhao said without hesitation. Are you sure that the buyer won't sue me and my supermarket later? Don't worry. It's definitely a bargain. Chen Zhao almost jumped for joy. It was sold. 100 million. That's 100 million. Of course, given that it was sold legally, he would not receive 100 million. It was a leisure item, so he had to pay as much as 40% tax. Chen, what's so happy? Fei Lai, I've earned tens of millions, haha. Chapter 655, Gamble. Chapter 655, Gamble. Fei Lai couldn't believe it. How did you get it? I put the wine in your mother's supermarket, priced at $100 million. I just planned on using it as a promotional gimmick, but someone actually bought it. Someone bought $100 million wine. Fei Lai was stunned. I find it weird too. Who would buy it? Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Rasfa. Chen, Steven borrowed money from me today. He borrowed money from you. Chen Zhao was shocked. How much? $40 million. For what? He wanted to buy wine. Some $100 million bottle. Fuck, that's my bottle. Chen Zhao was furious. Is he crazy? I think he's kind of obsessed these days. Why did he borrow from you? He can't afford 100 million. No shit. There can't be more than 100 people in the world who can pay 100 million at once. And these 100 people don't include Steven. His assets are valued around 500 million, but he doesn't have 100 million in cash. Wait. Chen Zhao hung up and called Win Nip immediately. Win Nip, you didn't sell the wine, right? No, we're still communicating. Don't sell it. Reject him. Huh? Are you sure? That's $100 million. It's my friend. His head isn't normal these days. Chen Zhao hung up. He'd never been so close to becoming a billionaire, but he still cut off this chance personally. He'd rather not earn this money. Then Steven's call came. Chen, why did you reject my purchase request? Do you think I don't qualify to drink your wine? If you want to drink, you can come to my house. Don't go crazy, spending $100 million. I have money. Fuck, if you have money, why did you go borrow from Rasfa? Is your head filled with shit? After the movie screens, my company's stock will crash. It's better to give it to Rasfa at a low price now. Get the fuck over here. Right now. No time. You don't have time to come here, but you have time to bring a $100 million check to buy wine. Chen Zhao didn't know what Steven was thinking. If you want to drink it, I have it. Won't cost you a cent. No time. Don't you want to see how $100 million wine tastes like? Steven's alcoholic side showed. Actually, he was just in the heat of the moment. But now, he really did want to know what $100 million wine tasted like. It was half alcoholism and half curiosity. Okay, I'll come over. Steven finally gave in. An hour later, he was here. Chen Zhao waved the bottle. Come. Let's go sit in the backyard. The two sat down under a tree. The moment that Chen Zhao opened the bottle, an almost tangible fragrance poured out. Merely the fragrance was alluring enough. Is this the $100 million wine? It's only the fragrance. You should know that I'm good at health, right? Chen Zhao poured a cup for Steven. Did you drink the wine from before? How's the effect? Is this even better than before? Yes, much better. Now, I feel like 100 million is worth it. Don't finish it all at once, or else you'll get drunk immediately. Steven sipped. Only his lips touched the wine, but he felt this indescribable richness. This wine makes me feel like the world is so beautiful. This was how Daydream was like. Even the most depressed person would think that the world was beautiful. Steven, how about we make a bet? Bet? Bet what? Bet your box office. What's there to bet for that? It'll definitely be a loss. Actually, the filming for the movie couldn't be more than $30 million. Adding promotional costs, it would only be around 60 million. Even if Steven had to pay for it out of his pocket, he could still afford it. What he really couldn't get over was that his reputation would take a hit if the movie was released. How much do you think your box office would be? It definitely won't be more than 50 million in North America. Then I'll say that it'll be 300 million, Chen Zhao said. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Chen Zhao nodded. Then, what if you lose? Steven asked. You can drink my wine whenever you want, Chen Zhao said. But what if you lose? Ha! If I lose, I'll be happy. You can choose the male and female leads in my next movie. Even if you choose Fei Lion yourself, I'll help you film it. Don't even think about that. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Then he took out a lucky coin and stuffed it into Steven's hand. What's this? Is this coin valuable? Yes, in a certain way. If you need good luck, put a drop of blood onto it. Ha! You're getting more and more superstitious. The two drank until late. Perhaps due to daydream, Stephen's grey mood dispersed. His laughter rang out from the backyard every now and then. This time, Chen Zhao got drunk with Stephen. In the end, the inferior demons pulled them back into the house. Stephen woke up at noon the next day. Usually, you'd be drunk for 3 days from daydream. Chen Zhao added in some regular wine, so the effect was reduced greatly. If Stephen really slept for 3 days, he'd probably go crazy. Fuck you, asshole. You made me sleep on the couch again. Stephen started yelling as soon as he woke up. You're awake. Want some lunch? Chen Zhao came in with lunch. How much did I drink last night? I slept for more than 10 hours. A lot. How do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Hey, I don't feel bad. Stephen didn't feel any hangover at all. Remember our bet? Of course. I'm not stupid. Stephen took the lunch and started gobbling it up. Everything about your place is so perfect. So sad that you don't live here alone. Otherwise, I would stay here forever. Stephen had a high EQ. He loved Chen Zhao's mansion and the environment, but he wasn't shameless enough to come to bother Chen Zhao every other day. Okay, I'm leaving. Need me to drive you? Fuck, do I look like I'm too old to drive? I didn't mean it and you don't have to listen. Okay, get out of my house. Chapter 656, Private Plane. Chapter 656, Private Plane. Actually, Chen Zhao also had no idea if the coin would work on Stephen. Beelzebub Sophie had told him that the lucky coin could only provide luck, not fulfill a wish. It would not let the user accomplish something that they could not. For example, if Chen Zhao used a lucky coin and hoped to become the president, it would surely fail. For the next 2 days, Chen Zhao was focused on cultivation. Of course, it was only relative to the past. It was simply because he had nothing else to do. Chen Zhao stayed at home every day and would sleep on the internal alchemy stone whenever he was free. Or he might enter the river map and play some games with the old turtle. Today, Gaia called him again. Chen, Jolanash and I went to Zanla Douglas Boxing Center last night. We saw his soul. Okay. Did you finish him off? Yes, it was great. You should have brought me into the supernatural circle earlier. I'm glad you like it. It was Gaia's first time seeing and resolving a supernatural event. She sounded particularly excited. Oh right, the nautical diary has been translated, Chen Zhao said. Oh. When shall we go for the treasure hunt? Not now. I'm going to New York in a few days' time, Chen Zhao said. All right. What do I need to prepare? We'll probably encounter something supernatural during the treasure hunt. You need to be mentally prepared, Chen Zhao said. One of the items there is the King of the Sun Golden Chalice, which I heard can grant the user powerful magical power. Oh, can I become stronger? From what I heard, although the Golden Chalice can provide powerful magical power, the user's soul will be devoured by the chalice upon death. It's the price to pay for greater power. Also, there are many ways to increase your magical power. You shouldn't rely on something like this. Is it useless then? Gaia asked, disappointed. I'm looking forward to the treasure itself, the pirate's treasure. There should be many valuables, Chen Zhao said. Compared to things that could make him stronger, Chen Zhao was more interested in wealth. Today, Nat, Triss, Cooper, and the 2 assistants came again to try Snow White's costume and customize Princess's costume. To be honest, Chen Zhao somewhat admired the designers. Their designs could indeed change Princess and Snow White's temperaments completely. Rasfa's private plane was the Gulfstream G650. When Qinzhao, Feilai, and the entire family behind them saw the plane, they were stunned. It was different from Louis Clallam's private plane which Qinzhao took last time on his return trip. Louis had a large Boeing 747, which was definitely more expensive to make. The Boeing 747 was like an air castle, while the Gulfstream G650 was like an exquisite mansion. It was like comparing Rasfa and Qinzhao's houses. They had very different appearances and experiences. Standing beside the plane, Zola hugged Qinzhao and Feilai warmly. Feilai, long time no see. Just then, Daniel and Manny rushed out of the hatch. Hey, Qin. Daniel also walked up and hugged Qinzhao. However, just like Manny, his eyes were locked onto the family of pets behind Qinzhao. I think Princess has grown again. Abitos too. Is that white pet the cougar? I've never seen a white cougar. Let's board the plane. It's almost time to take off, Zola urged. If the plane missed the takeoff time, they would have to request a new one. Everyone boarded the plane. Daniel and Manny were totally engrossed in playing with the pets. Blackie was here too. He did not want to miss the family trip. To Qinzhao, Blackie was also part of the family, although he had never appeared before anyone in the family other than Qinzhao. Nevertheless, even Feilai could feel Blackie's existence. No, not feel. Feilai always knew that Qinzhao had an invisible friend. Frequently, Qinzhao would prepare an additional set of food and cutlery at home. Although it was not Zola's first time seeing Abitos, she was still shocked. Abitos would surely turn into a dinosaur one day. Chen, I want a pet too. Can you train it for me? Daniel really envied Qinzhao's family. He always thought that Qinzhao was a druid. Now, he was more certain about Qinzhao's identity. How would Qinzhao have turned so many wild animals into such smart pets otherwise? Look at Princess. She was resting in a corner, looking at the clear sky outside and eating some fruits. Her behavior really looked like a human. And Snow White was standing before Samuel with her head lowered. Samuel had been meowing, while Snow White would roar occasionally like a kid who had just done something wrong. Daniel could not imagine how good it would feel to have such an intelligent pet. What animal? Qinzhao asked. Crocodile, Manny chipped in. Zola's face paled at once. It was frightening to imagine her daughter hugging and playing with a crocodile. Although Qinzhao's pets were extremely clever and obedient, Zola had met all of them before. She knew their characters. On the other hand, she was still scared of crocodiles. No, Qinzhao rejected without delay. Why not? Can you not tame a crocodile? Think of it that way if you like. Anyway, Qinzhao would not tame a crocodile for Manny. How about a tiger? Daniel asked. Can't you just have an ordinary pet? But you have so many fierce beasts. Why can't we? You just have to tame them first. I could tame them because I'm stronger than them. Then what do you suggest we should raise? Dogs? The dog was the safest pet. They were safe even without training. No, dogs are too ordinary, Manny said. Oh, how about a leopard? Daniel said, his eyes glowing. When Manny heard the suggestion, she nodded in agreement. Mom, buy a leopard for us. Zola turned to look at Qinzhao. Even if it was a leopard, she was still very concerned about the safety of her children. If you can get one, get a small one for them, Qinzhao said lightly. Chapter 657, Animal Businessman. Chapter 657, Animal Businessman. Sir, excuse me, can you move aside? Johnson stopped. An airport staff member blocked his path. He saw a few workers guiding some beasts out of the special passageway. Even a wealthy man like Johnson had to move aside and let the animals pass before him. But when a white figure passed before him, his pupils constricted. Could it be? Johnson recognized Snow White immediately. Because one of his teams had gone missing when hunting this albino cougar. He'd searched many times but couldn't find any news of his team. They'd seemed to have evaporated. Johnson worked in the animal business, illegally trading wild animals. It was clear that his poaching team that disappeared in the mountains most likely died. He didn't care about a team's death. What he cared was that his prey had fallen into someone else's hands without going through him. It was clear that someone had stolen his stuff. He couldn't let this go. "Sir, you may go now." Johnson considered it, but he didn't go into the passageway. Instead, he turned and left. How much did an albino cougar cost? $15 million. Subtracting the $5 million for the poaching team, he made $10 million in profit. To Johnson, this was also an income that he couldn't overlook. Whether this albino had an owner or not right now, it had to be his. As for its current owner, this wasn't a problem. He didn't care even if the owner was a top figure. For someone in his field, he wouldn't be able to reach this position if he was timid and scared. The armed forces that he controlled were even stronger than what the top wealthy had. Milfred Leon's poaching team was only a small portion. "Chen, Feilai, you can live here for these few days." Zola arranged for them to stay in a house beside the sea. "Thank you, Zola. I won't disturb you all now. Bye." Zola left with the reluctant Manny and Daniel. As soon as Zola left, Louis Clallam arrived. George also followed him here. George was terrified of Qin Zhao, but Louis was very happy that Qin Zhao could come to New York again. After all, he was like a mutant too. Other than George, only Qin Zhao knew his identity. "Mr. Chen, you didn't even tell me you came to New York. I'm so sad. Did you forget that you have a friend in me?" Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. He didn't tell Louis, but he still found out immediately. So, it didn't seem to matter if he notified Louis or not. Plus, he didn't think he was very close to Louis either. He remembered clearly that Louis didn't even pay the clinic fee. "Miss, you're so pretty. Are you Mr. Chen's wife?" "Not yet," Feilai replied with a smile. "Then do I have a chance?" "You can if you don't want Chen to throw you off the cliff," Feilai replied, laughing. "Okay, I take my words back." "Excuse me." Feilai went back to her room to unpack. "Are these your pets?" Louis looked at the animals playing in the living room. George scooted to Louis's side and whispered, "Boss, I think they're looking at me." Louis looked at the pets in shock again. "They're not regular pets." "That depends on what you think regular is. How about you sell me one?" "Don't say that again." "Okay, I was rude." Louis was a smart businessman. He knew not to push the limits. After confirming that Qin Zhao didn't plan on selling them, he changed the subject. "Are you free tomorrow? I'll host a welcoming party for you." "Feilai and I are going out tomorrow," Qin Zhao said. "Oh, Mr. Chen, my friend has a weird disease. Are you interested in helping?" Louis finally revealed the true reason why he'd come. "What weird disease?" "Like you?" "I'm not sure." Qin Zhao considered it and Louis immediately added, "He's rich." "What time?" Qin Zhao and Feilai came mostly for vacation, so he wasn't willing to spend his time on work. Of course, if he was able to, he didn't mind taking out some time to make some extra buck. "You can decide," Louis said. "It's too late today," Qin Zhao said. I'm tired. How about tomorrow night? Sure, then it's set. I'll pick you up tomorrow. As soon as Louis left, Chen Zhao got a call from an unknown number. Hi, Mr. Chen, do you remember me? It's Catherine. Chen Zhao immediately remembered Catherine, the mage of the Witch Society. Of course. Miss Catherine, how can I help you? How come the entire world knows as soon as I get to New York? Chen Zhao was impressed by these rich and powerful people. It seemed that there was nothing they didn't know. He'd just arrived and hadn't even settled in and they were already here. Mr. Chen, I want to ask you for help. Are you willing to help? Miss Catherine, I'm here for vacation. These are old matters accumulated in the Witch Society throughout time. If you're willing to take care of one, you'll earn $200,000. If you take care of 10, it'll be $2 million. Chen Zhao was tempted. This seemed to be a nice deal. Even though the Witch Society was using him as a contract fighter, he could make $200,000 with one fight. It seemed acceptable. Are they all problems that can be solved with some fighting? Chen Zhao asked. Mostly, but some are a bit more complicated. Hearing that some were complicated, Chen Zhao began hesitating again. Mr. Chen, I heard that you're the president of the supernatural organization now. You know that too. Chen Zhao was surprised. If you help us with some problems, we can provide some spell books. It may be helpful to your members. Chen Zhao thought about it. What time? There's one that's urgent. I hope you can help tonight. He'd just arrived at New York and hadn't had time to get cozy with Fei Lai yet. And he had to go out now. He felt apologetic toward Fei Lai. Just then, Fei Lai came down and saw that Chen Zhao was still on the phone. Do you have something to do? Chapter 658, Cruise to Hell. Chapter 658, Cruise to Hell. Chen Zhao was too embarrassed to answer Fei Lai. You seem busier here than in LA. I won't go out, Chen Zhao said. Just go. I hope that my man has his own career. I'll be the woman that's always there for you. Fei Lai knew that Chen Zhao would frequently worry about her feelings. This was also why Fei Lai liked Chen Zhao. He would never force her to do anything. Chen Zhao respected her opinions, so she would respect his too. Moreover, a romantic relationship should never be one-sided. For example, Fei Lai was only able to come for a trip once every few months. There were also many uncertainties in Chen Zhao's work. Fei Lai, really? Of course. I'll be back ASAP. Chen Zhao kissed Fei Lai and then left in a rush. Charlotte's car was waiting right outside. Apart from Charlotte, who was in the driver's seat, there were two more witches. However, they looked like high school students. Sister Charlotte, who is he? Have we been waiting so long just for him? Is he a wizard? As soon as Chen Zhao boarded the car, the two girls began twittering. Please show some respect to Mr. Chen. He's a very powerful sorcerer. Charlotte knew how strong Chen Zhao was. That night, the grandfather and the Evil Spirit Society started a war. If Chen Zhao was not there, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chen Zhao glanced at the two pretty girls. One of them had thick makeup, while the other had a baby face. Of course, Chen Zhao was not a sexist. He did not think that girls should all look clean. A woman could choose what makeup she wanted. Chen Zhao would not be disgusted by those with heavy makeup. Hey, would you introduce yourselves, please? Cindy Claus, the girl with heavy makeup, said. She reached out and squeezed Chen Zhao's shoulder. You look quite strong. The girl with a baby face said, I'm Alice Robert. Nice to meet you. I'm Chen Zhao. You can call me Chin. Are you our special mentor? Cindy asked. Special mentor. Chen Zhao turned to look at Charlotte. He had no idea when he had become a special mentor. They've only recently entered the supernatural world, which they do not know much about. They don't have any teachers. Since they joined the Witch Society, I have been teaching them. I brought them here also because I want them to learn from you. I don't think they can learn much. I'm only good at fighting. That's great. They're combat witches. What they need to learn is the way you fight. Fine. If you think I'm suitable, you can follow me. By the way, where are we going? New York Harbor. Chen Zhao thought of something. New York Harbor was a popular attraction in New York. It was the main method to go to Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty was. When Chen Zhao brought Yura and Cheryl here last time, they took a ferry from New York Harbor. Of course, what Chen Zhao really remembered about New York Harbor was not its scenery, but the supernatural legends. It was said that if someone was at the harbor at midnight, they would see the cruise to hell. This had also attracted many supernatural lovers to go and wait for the so-called hell cruise. Most people would return empty-handed. However, 13 years ago, a supernatural fan organization gathered 38 members from all over the country to wait for the hell cruise at the harbor. Among the 38 people, 37 went missing. Only one of them was found, but the person was admitted into a mental hospital. The hell cruise? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, the cruise from hell. Have you heard about it? Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. How would he not know? It was a famous incident. Even a layman would probably be able to tell the complete story, not to mention that he was in the supernatural circle. Is the hell cruise real? Yes, Charlotte nodded. Actually, the hell cruise is a ghost ship. It's the LoveLore which went missing 48 years ago. It would go around the Atlantic and dock at the harbor at specific times. Can I have more details? LoveLore was affiliated to Federal Chains. It was a super luxury cruise and served. Say what's important, Chen Zhao interrupted. Fine. When LoveLore went missing, it had 268 passengers. When it reappeared, that was already over 20 years ago. It was midnight, and a partying yacht with about a dozen people encountered LoveLore which had suddenly appeared. The yacht was hit and sank, but when the search and rescue team found the shipwreck the next day, they did not find any corpses. Nevertheless, there were videos taken by the camera on the yacht. Charlotte continued, in the 20 years after that, LoveLore has appeared multiple times at the harbor. The most famous incident, which you have probably heard of, is the supernatural event 13 years ago. Is that real? Yes. Wow, are we going to fight the hell cruise? Cindy and Alice seemed excited. Charlotte glanced at them. They were new and fearless. In fact, the Witch Society has gathered people to fight the hell cruise in the past, but they all failed. Why? They couldn't find the cruise. Or lost to the ship. They didn't find it. The most recent one was 3 years ago. The Witch Society gathered 20 witches. When we reached the harbor, we saw the hell cruise leave the shore. We planned to find a speedboat and chase it, but one of the witches suddenly said, "Don't chase. It's filled with calamities." Filled with calamities. What does that mean? Dunno. That witch committed suicide the next day. Chen Zhao frowned. The cruise had forced the witch into committing suicide. The hell cruise seemed more troublesome than he had thought. Can we see the hell cruise if we go there now? The Witch Society has calculated the length of the hell cruise's journey. We can roughly know when it'll appear. Is it tonight? Yup. Charlotte glanced at Chen Zhao. What do you think? Are you confident? .o. Chapter 659, Supernatural Figures. Chapter 659, Supernatural Figures. I don't even know what's going on. Chen Zhao only heard about the Hell Cruise and learned more about it from Charlotte. As for what really happened on it, he didn't know either. Charlotte couldn't provide much more information either. Right now, the pier was very still because it wasn't 12 yet. One could only hear the waves crashing. Charlotte checked the time. It was a bit after 11:30. Right then, a car came over. 4 young men and women came out. Chen Zhao and Charlotte exchanged glances, surprised. People of the same field. Hi, are you waiting for the Hell Cruise too? The leader was a handsome man. He glanced at Charlotte, Cindy, and Alice, but his eyes went back to Charlotte in the end. Compared to the youthful Cindy and Alice, the mature and sexy Charlotte was clearly more attractive. I am Houseman, President of the Supernatural Research Union. Supernatural Research Union. Chen Zhao was the president of the Supernatural Organization. They counted as colleagues, right? My name is Chen. I'm from the Supernatural Organization. Our groups have similar names. Charlotte, which society? The two sides introduced each other. In addition to Houseman, there was also Cassili, Hannah, and Jaran. You want to defeat the Hell Cruise too? It's mainly that we haven't seen it before, so we wanted to check it out, House said. Charlotte looked at the 4, but she couldn't figure out their backgrounds. It's very dangerous, she said. We wouldn't have come if we're afraid, House said confidently. Awoga. Right then, a ship's horn sounded. A huge black shadow came out of the hazy distant sea. Everyone's eyes focused on the shadow. It was the silhouette of a ship. The huge ship was covered in rust. House felt his knees give out and he took 2 steps back subconsciously. Behind him, Khaleesi, Hannah, and Jaran were also a bit scared. Charlotte turned to look at them. You're regular people? Regular people? No, we're not. House yelled as if sensing Charlotte's demeaning eyes. The cruise ship got closer and closer. It finally stopped by the dock. No one could be seen on deck, but a ladder was thrown down. Charlotte exchanged glances with Chen Zhao and they nodded at the same time. The two climbed up one after another. Cindy and Alice climbed too. House, should we go too? Is that the Hell Cruise? So scary. Don't forget. We're from the Supernatural Research Union. We will undo these mysteries. Let's go. House started climbing the ladder. Khaleesi and Hannah looked at each other. They could only follow behind him. Only Jaran didn't start climbing. House looked at him from halfway up. Jaran, you're not coming. No, you guys go. I won't go, Jaran said. Coward. You aren't part of the group anymore. Jarian's expression grew uncomfortable. He, Khaleesi, and Hannah all joined the Supernatural Research Union mostly because House gave them a lot of money. That was why they accompanied House in his supernatural games. They usually went to check out haunted houses or creep around caves. If House wasn't a rich heir, no one would play these childish games with him. But then the ship started moving. Before the three could climb onto the deck, the ship already started moving away from the dock. Chen Zhao, Charlotte, Cindy, and Alice hadn't entered the cabin yet when they saw 4 people climb on. You guys really came. Charlotte furrowed her brows. It's not like this is your place. House glanced around. It looks like someone's prank. Who would drive a cruise ship out for a prank? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. House, let's go. Hannah tugged at his arm. The chilly breeze made her shiver. Where can we go? Charlotte's group of 4 ignored them and searched for an entrance. Just then, House caught up. Wait, let's work together. The deck is slightly safer. Who knows about the inside? Charlotte warned. We obviously came here to take risks. Ignore them. There's a door here. Chen Zhao pulled hard and a hot gust of air hit his face. The temperature inside the cabin was higher than outside. Fog rose up above the sea now too. Later, have Cindy and Alice attack first. Let them practice a bit. Wait until they can't solve a problem before acting. Okay. The cabin hallway wasn't wide. It was a design from the 70s or 80s and not very efficient. It was even smaller than a hotel's hallways. The light overhead was dim and yellow, the floor was wood. Stepping on it would produce creaks that made one uncomfortable. Just then, a shriek came from the outside. And they saw House and the 2 girls run in. What's wrong? What did you see outside? Bugs. Huge bugs. What kind of bugs? I don't know. They climbed in from the wall. So many of them. They're like larvae. Chen Zhao turned back and looked outside the cabin, but there was nothing there. Where? I don't see anything. No way. House came to the door too and looked outside timidly. Indeed, there was nothing there. Did you see incorrectly? House's expression was confused. I really saw it, he mumbled. Chen Zhao was suspicious. He glanced at the 2 girls. They seemed terrified too. Just then, mist outside the door flooded over. Suddenly, Chen Zhao looked again and the deck was covered in insects. There really were insects. They were all fat pupae. But when the wind scattered the mist, all of the insects disappeared. Is it a hallucination? Chen Zhao grew suspicious. Was it because of the mist? He wasn't sure, but he still shut the door tightly. You saw it too, right? You saw it, right? I wasn't lying. Chen, what's going on? Are there really insects out there? They appear and then disappear, Chen Zhao said. Let's go look inside, Charlotte said. Maybe we'll discover something. This place gives me a bad feeling. Chapter 660, Chen Zhao is eaten? Chapter 660, Chen Zhao is eaten? Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of metal striking something. At the end of the path was a half-open door. A red light seemed to be coming from the room. Chen Zhao and Charlotte exchanged looks. They walked to the other end and carefully pushed the door open. Peeking inside, the room looked like a forge filled with firelight. Scorching molten iron was flowing below the hold iron covers on the floor. Many underlings were forging in the furnace. What's inside? Houseman opened the door. Chen Zhao and Charlotte could not even stop him in time. Everyone, both inside and outside the room, froze. What the fuck are those? Houseman asked, stunned. All the underlings looked at Houseman. Then, they let out a series of strange screams, raising their hammers or red-hot cutters. Chen Zhao pulled House back at once, while Charlotte hit her magic wand hard in the air. Bubble. The wand created a few ripples in the air that spread out like water waves. The surrounding underlings were blasted away immediately. Chen Zhao was rather surprised. Charlotte was more powerful than he had thought. Who are you? What are those things? House asked, astonished. Which society, which, Charlotte said lightly. House looked at Chen Zhao. The supernatural organization. It's real. Chen Zhao did not bother to reply to House and instead said to Charlotte, "They're called underlings. They're extremely weak." Underlings? Why have I never heard of them before? Charlotte looked at Chen Zhao, surprised. Are they magic creatures? Kind of. Only a very small proportion of them possess magical power, but even if they do, they're still weak and harmless. It's a good opportunity for Cindy and Alice to train. Can they even beat them? Charlotte asked, worried. She was unsure how strong these underlings were. Although Chen Zhao had assured her that they were weak, his definition of weak could be very different from theirs. They're about as strong as 7 or 8-year-old kids. They're not combat creatures, Chen Zhao said. That weak? Exactly. Chen Zhao opened the door again. He lifted his leg and an underling was kicked away directly. The other underlings rushed forward right away. They were not scared of death. Just like a bee colony, they would sacrifice anything just to cause a bit of damage to their enemy. House, Cassili, and Hannah were filled with horror. Nevertheless, like what Chen Zhao had said, the underlings could not be weaker. Cindy and Alice cast spells continuously, killing or injuring any underlings hit. Actually, even House, Cassili, and Hannah could kick the underlings to the floor easily. Nonetheless, there were too many of them. Even though the party had killed or wounded dozens, there was still a green mass behind them. Chen Zhao grabbed a huge red-hot sword from the side. Waving the sword, he charged forward and sliced anything in sight. Immediately, the underlings suffered a great loss. Move forward. Don't stay behind. Chen Zhao shouted. Chen Zhao opened a path in the underlings, and the party quickly followed him. They slashed their way from the start to the end of the forge. House and his teammates were utterly terrified. Finally, they reached the other side. House pulled the door and escaped from the forge instantly. The others followed and studied the new room before them. Chen Zhao looked at the place. It had probably been a theater in the past. But now, it had turned into a morgue. Corpses were piled on the floor into a small hill. Moreover, their clothes were already tattered. No matter how glamorous they had been, all that was left was dilapidation and disorder. They are the passengers of the cruise. But look at the corpses. They look like they've just been dead for a day or two. Oh. Suddenly, a corpse rolled down from the pile. He's moving. He's alive. House screamed. Cassili and Hannah were about to help the person up. Stop! Chen Zhao quickly shouted. Suddenly, the corpse stood up without warning. It had a pale face, sunken eye sockets, dry skin, and white eyeballs. Then, the corpse tore its shirt. Everyone saw a bloody cavity in its belly. Something was wriggling inside as if it was infested. Vomit. House was the first person to throw up. Cassili and Hannah were in a similar state. They covered their mouths, about to vomit. Just then, corpses began to roll down the pile one after another, after which they stood up. All the corpses stood up, revealing the thing that had originally been covered by them. It was a mound resembling the top of an ant nest. Suddenly, an infested corpse threw up a mouthful of green liquid. Ah! Cassili was hit at once. Screaming, her body began to dissolve. Chen Zhao had a bad headache as he complained, "Isn't it a ghost ship? What are these?" It was totally different from his plan. If it was just a ghost ship, Blackie could easily eliminate it. Had he known earlier that this would happen, he would not have come. $200,000 was not enough for him to take such a risk. Chen, what do we do? There's too many of them. Forget it. Leave them to me. Chen Zhao took out the bronze sword. Charlotte was somewhat surprised. She had no idea where Chen Zhao had hidden the sword or how he had taken it out. An infested corpse shot some green liquid at Chen Zhao, but his body was covered in Qingyi armor. The green liquid could not reach him at all. Chen Zhao severed the corpse's head in one strike. But the corpse still stood there, staggering its way toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao frowned. Cutting the head was useless. Chen Zhao changed the angle and stabbed the cavity in the corpse's belly. Indeed, the infested corpse collapsed on the floor and stopped moving. Realizing their weakness, Chen Zhao cleared the corpses at a much faster pace. Suddenly, the insect nest burst open. A massive black worm crawled out and attempted to bite Chen Zhao. "Chen, careful." Unable to react in time, Chen Zhao was gripped by the black worm immediately. Fuck. Then, the worm sucked Chen Zhao into its mouth with much force. Charlotte paled. Chen Zhao was the strongest, but the first to die. She did not expect this at all. Chapter 661, Hell and Human World. Chapter 661, Hell and Human World. Just as everyone thought that Chen Zhao was definitely dead, a bronze sword suddenly broke out of the black bug's body. It cut out and up. A large amount of black liquid sprayed out of the cut in the insect. Chen Zhao walked out in a messy state. Fuck. So smelly. Chen, are you okay? Don't come over. Don't touch me. Chen, what's wrong? You can't touch the liquid on me. Why? Crack. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound as if something had cracked apart. What's that sound? Everyone looked around, but they couldn't find where the sound came from. Crack. I think it came from under our feet, Hao said. Chen Zhao looked down. I hate this feeling. CR crack, boom. In an instant, the entire floor shattered and everyone fell down, screaming. Cough, Charlotte, Alice, Cindy, you alright? Chen Zhao waved away the dust in the air. Thankfully, the theater wasn't too high up. Shen, help me. Chen Zhao saw Charlotte. Her thigh was under a wooden beam and she couldn't move. Chen Zhao pushed the beam aside and pulled Charlotte up. How are you? Can you walk? It's okay. I'm okay. Chen Zhao found Cindy, standing unsteadily, and then Alice. They had different injuries, but they weren't too serious. Then Chen Zhao saw Hannah and House hugging each other and crying. We're gonna die here. We're gonna die. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come here. I still have so much money. I don't want to die. House was about to have a mental breakdown too. Stop crying. Chen Zhao yelled in annoyance. You aren't dead yet. But the two were still crying and getting sadder and sadder. Suddenly, a huge black shadow approached in the dust, accompanied by heavy footsteps. House and Hannah stopped crying instantly. Come, try crying some more. The two stopped. They stared at the approaching shadow with fear in their eyes. The dust settled gradually, revealing the true form of the shadow. It had black skin, a burly figure, a pair of wings on its back, and two horns on its head. A demon. It was exactly like those in stories. More specifically, this should be called a phobic demon. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy immediately got into ready stances. But they realized that their manas were suppressed. Their strengths were cut in half at least. Chen. Our mana got repressed. How can this be? Charlotte cried out in panic. If they were repressed, then Chen Zhao probably wasn't any better. Chen Zhao sniffed the air. He smelled a familiar scent. It was a smell from hell. Fuck, this ship couldn't really be cruising toward hell, right? A Deathbringer. There's a Deathbringer here. The phobic demon saw Blackie. Phobic demon, why are you here? Chen Zhao looked at it. The two were talking in the demon language, so the others couldn't understand at all. What do I see here? A human who speaks the demon's language? The phobic demon looked at him in surprise. Chen Zhao took out his bronze sword. Why did this make him feel like he was in hell? A human who knows the demon's language and a demon in the human world. Which one is stranger? This isn't the human world. Without warning, the phobic demon opened its arms and charged at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao waved his sword. The blade hit the demon's fist, but it couldn't cut in at all. However, the demon also couldn't budge. Their strengths were equal. Everyone gaped at Chen Zhao. He could counter that demon. Not bad. Looking at Chen Zhao, the demon's eyes suddenly glared and a laser shot out of them. Chen Zhao used the dark serum to immediately raise up a wall and blocked the demon's laser. Power from the King of Wrath. You actually have the King of Wrath's power too. No wonder you aren't restricted. It felt stranger and stranger to Chen Zhao. He definitely couldn't remain here. His eye of power opened and his power multiplied. With a roar, he brought the sword down on the demon again. The demon swung its fist again. This time, the fist hit the sword and the demon was the one at a loss. It was sent flying by Chen Zhao's abnormal strength. Eyes gleaming dangerously, Chen Zhao attacked the demon with the dark serum again. The demon stood up in a panic, but the dark serum was on him already. It tried to seep into the demon's mouth too. It didn't dare to let the dark serum into its body, but just then, Chen Zhao's sword came down again. It twisted its head to the side and the sword cut down on the demon's horn. Hiss! The horn was cut off by Chen Zhao's sword. Charlotte and the others all cried out. They didn't expect that Chen Zhao could be this terrifying. That was a demon. Something from Legends. But Chen Zhao was crushing it. Ah! The demon let out a pained cry. The instant that it opened its mouth, dark serum flooded into its body. The serum went wild in its body, putting it in extreme pain. Chen Zhao raised his sword again and waved it with all his might. This time, he hit the demon's neck precisely. The phobic demon stared at Chen Zhao in disbelief. It never would have guessed that it would die in the hands of a human. House and Hannah stared at Chen Zhao in disbelief too. Their eyes were filled with respect. But after the demon's head was cut off, it still wasn't dead. You can't escape. This is inside Lord Lisoberia's body. You'll all die in here. Lisoberia. So, he was a subordinate of the king of Slothberia, like Amon. This phobic demon said that they were inside Lisoberia. In other words, this ship was Lisoberia's body. Chen Zhao, this ship has a spirit, Blackie said. It's possessed by a demon's soul. Can you drag the demon's soul out? No, he's alive. But the restrictions on Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy from the rules of hell were even more obvious. A demon would be restricted by the human world. Similarly, humans would be restricted in hell too. Chen Zhao got an idea. Perhaps Amon could find him. Amon had come on this family trip too. However, he went by sea and swam a few thousand kilometers. Chen Zhao tried to search for Amon. Surprisingly, he'd never been able to sense Amon so clearly before. Amon, track me down and come help me. Oh. Chapter 662, Bermuda. Chapter 662, Bermuda. Chen, I feel bad, Charlotte collapsed first. The same then happened to Cindy and Elise. They were affected by the hell-like atmosphere. On the other hand, House and Hannah did not feel anything unusual, just like Qin Zhao. Charlotte, Cindy, Elise, hold on to me. Ha! Chen, don't tell me you're trying to take advantage of us now. Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. Because very soon. Bam! Suddenly, the ship vibrated intensely. Everyone felt the world turn upside down. Qin Zhao shouted, "Grab onto me." Seawater was pouring into the cabin. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Zhao grabbed the three and swam outside. Just then, he felt something grasp his left leg. Qin Zhao was about to kick it away when he turned and saw Houseman. He was holding Hannah with his other hand. Forget it. Qin Zhao could not bring himself to kick them away. Since he was in the water, his hands were not free either. After 3 minutes, they finally resurfaced. They saw an incredible scene. In the mist, an enormous beast jumped out of the water and crashed into the ship. The beast was about as big as the ship. In the collision, the ship turned to its side. Chen, what's that? Qin Zhao knew in advance that there would be a collision, so he definitely knew what was going on. Qin Zhao remained silent, staring at Amon and the ship in the mist. Although the cruise ship was possessed by a demon soul under the same king, it could not attack freely like Amon. It was like an evil spirit controlling a car. The evil spirit could only drive the car normally or crash it into something, not turn it into a transformer. While Amon was a projection, his power seemed to have increased greatly in the mist. Usually, Amon was only 50 meters long. But now he was over 150 meters long, and his weight had increased by 20 or 30 times. Just then, the ship was totally destroyed by Amon. The demon's soul finally left the ship. Blackie, can you handle it? No problem. Blackie flashed into the mist. He also seemed to be affected by the mist. He grew larger and his speed was astonishing. What's that? Charlotte did not see Blackie, but she felt something move past her. Then, everyone heard an ear-piercing howl which pushed some of the mist away. Blackie swung his scythe with much force and caught the demon's soul on it. Nonetheless, Blackie looked somewhat tired. It was not as easy as dealing with ordinary evil spirits. Finally, Blackie pulled his scythe hard. The demon's soul still lost to him and was taken away by Blackie. In the human world, Blackie was an absolute spirit killer. Even the giant demon's soul was no match for him. Of course, this enemy was probably Blackie's limit. But it was abnormal for such a demon's soul to appear in the human world in the first place. What do we do now? Nothing, Qin Zhao said lightly. Suddenly, everyone saw a shadow below the sea shoot toward them. They paled in fright. Was it the monster that had just attacked the Hell Cruise? We're dead. We're dead for sure. The monster would only need one bite to swallow all of them. The shadow rose higher and higher, pushing the seawater aside. However, what welcomed them was not its dark mouth, but its back. Settled. Let's head back to New York, Qin Zhao said. Everyone stared at Qin Zhao, bewildered. Settled. What's beneath us? House asked. Don't tell me this obviously abnormal beast is yours. The more you know, the quicker you'll die, Qin Zhao threatened. House went quiet. The party sat on Amon's back. Qin Zhao realized that Amon was shrinking. Since they left that area, Amon had been shrinking in size. At the moment, they were south of New York, which meant that the cruise ship had been heading south. What's south of New York? A place suddenly emerged in Qin Zhao's mind, the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle is located southeast of the Florida Peninsula. It refers to the triangular region in the Atlantic Ocean formed by Bermuda, Miami, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. Each side of the triangle is approximately 2,000 kilometers long. But it was quite far away from New York. Even though the Hell cruise was very fast, there was no way they could have reached the Bermuda Triangle. They should still be quite far away from the Bermuda Triangle just now. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was sure that they had been heading in that direction. As for the people beside Chen Zhao, they were still rather nervous. Slowly, they realized that the huge beast below them was shrinking and turning into a killer whale. They had no idea what was happening. However, it was nothing compared to the journey they had tonight. Chen Zhao did not want to explore the Bermuda Triangle. The ship alone was troublesome enough. If Amon did not come to help him, he might have died there. Chen Zhao decided that if he had to go there again, he would bring his entire family of pets. Amon found a beach to drop the party off, after which he left. Everyone was still in a state of shock. Chen Zhao looked at Charlotte. Don't tell me that all the tasks you have for me are like this. No, absolutely not. Charlotte felt that the task this time was hell level. It was more terrifying than grandfather's attack on Hilda Hotel. If Chen Zhao was not there, they would have died on the ship. If all the tasks in the witch society were this difficult, the society would have been disbanded long ago. Find me a couple of actual ghost houses. I need to relax. House and Hannah were speechless. Do you usually relax by visiting a ghost house? There's a cemetery about 12 kilometers away, where there's a group of evil spirits. It's one of the tasks that we're offering you. They're not as strong as the Evil Spirit Society, but not weak either. Don't you need to rest after the last fight? Charlotte was thinking for Chen Zhao. She knew that he was powerful, but he had just been through a tough fight. He might not have the energy to deal with an able evil spirit group. There were a few powerful ones too. No, let's go now. I need to relax. The evil spirit group it is. Chapter 663, Stalking. Chapter 663, Stalking. Living souls. Get out of here. If you take another step, I'll kill you. As soon as they reached the cemetery, an aggressive evil spirit appeared before them and issued a warning. Ah. As expected, evil spirits make me feel refreshed. Chen Zhao opened his arms and closed his eyes, enjoying it as if breathing in the morning air. Everyone was speechless. Can't you be more serious when facing a horrible evil spirit? You're going to die. Without speaking further, the evil spirit tackled Chen Zhao. But the next moment, it let out a pained cry. Charlotte saw that the evil spirit was caught by an invisible hand. She couldn't help but think that Chen Zhao had used this move before. Yeah, scream louder. The louder you scream, the happier I am. Chen Zhao strolled through the cemetery under the night sky. Everywhere he went, a storm followed. House and Hannah walked in the center of the group. They'd come because they were scared and didn't dare to go home alone. Then they saw Chen Zhao turn this cemetery into his own garden. The evil spirits seemed to be the prey that he used to relax. After a while, the cemetery was cleared entirely. Not a single evil spirit was left behind. Charlotte, Alice, and Cindy were dumbfounded. The horribly troublesome evil spirit group to the witch society was cleaned up as a way to release energy for Chen Zhao. The expected battle didn't occur. Chen Zhao looked like he enjoyed it. A few well-known evil spirits didn't even have the chance to show off their abilities. I feel much better. Time to go home, Chen Zhao said. Oh, don't give me a single cent less than what we agreed to. A few steps later, Chen Zhao realized that he was lost. Lead me out. Mr. Chen, let me call a car for you. House looked at him with shining eyes. The Qin Zhao before him was undoubtedly the kind of supernatural figure that he'd been studying and pursuing tirelessly for so long. He was also such a strong spiritualist. Of course House would try to kiss up to him. Whatever. House quickly called over a luxurious car and got in as well. When Qin Zhao reached the house, the sky was already lightening. He felt even worse toward Fei Lai. They'd agreed to come for a vacation. But he ran out and spent the night messing around. He didn't go sleep. Instead, he made breakfast and waited for Fei Lai to come downstairs. Even though he'd washed up and changed clothes, Fei Lai still sensed that he'd been up all night. Okay, this was a woman's instinct. Chen, you didn't sleep. I came back late. Chen Zhao didn't want to continue the topic. Come eat. We'll go to Liberty Island today and then. Won't you go rest? No, I feel great. Chen Zhao didn't want to sleep. If he did, then today's plans would be ruined. Chen, if you're doing this for me, you really don't have to. We've been together for so long. You should know me better. Okay, eat breakfast. Plus, you can't take care of them by yourself. Speaking of, we need a bigger car to bring them out to play. Right, I almost forgot. I'll call the rental company to send a bus. A while later, a double-decker was brought to the house. After breakfast, Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao. Are you sure you have the energy to tour with us? Don't worry. To me, not sleeping for a night is nothing. Fei Lai saw that Qin Zhao did look spirited, so she could only agree. Qin Zhao suddenly received a text. Lowering his head, he saw that he'd just received $22 million to his bank account. He was stunned. Why was it $22 million? What's wrong? Qin Zhao showed Fei Lai the text and she was surprised too. Don't tell me that this is what you made last night. I think it's what I made last night. If you can earn that much in one night, I won't mind even if you go out every night. You want me to die? Qin Zhao joked. Receiving the $22 million, Qin Zhao felt much more refreshed. Fei Lai felt happy too. After all, Qin Zhao made $22 million more. She had no reason not to be happy. Qin Zhao drove the bus while she sat beside him. Chen, what did you do last night to earn that money? There were ghosts near my friend's house, so I went and took care of it. Was it dangerous? What's dangerous? I can do it with my eyes closed. Even though Princess, Snow White and the others had pet licenses, their species made it so that they couldn't appear in public spaces. It was okay in Mountain Town. No one would care. But if Qin Zhao dared to put them into the streets of New York, the police would probably start shooting at them. Thankfully, with the double-decker, they could sightsee from the top without getting out. Boss, it's hard to act. That man and woman are driving a bus all around the streets of New York. That albino cougar is in there. Don't tell me you can't do it, Johnson said firmly. I'm paying you to get it done, not for you to tell me you can't do it. Jarls and Pig, who were following Qin Zhao, glanced at each other. Even though they'd accepted Johnson's money, they still couldn't rob anyone under broad daylight. Pig, what should we do? Follow them first, Jarl said. I think they're going to Sigu Road. It leads toward the amusement park and there aren't as many people there. It'll be easier to act. Would we have to shoot? Bring the guns. We'll shoot if they don't listen. President, Mr. Chen and his girlfriend are going towards Sigu Road. I think that's the direction of that remote amusement park. That's strange, Princeton, leader of the Sorcerer Society, said in confusion. Why is he going to that remote amusement park instead of a more popular one? No one even goes there. Sir, it's probably because he has too many wild animals, so he can only go to a park that no one goes to. That's true. I'll go over immediately. Keep your eyes on him. Are you sure? Mr. Chen is going to the amusement park on Sigu Road. Should be right. There's only one road and it only goes to the park. Okay, I'll bring people over, House said. Don't lose him. Mage, the Sorcerer Society seems to want to meet Qin Zhao again. That old bastard still hasn't given up. No, I can't let him get it first. But Mr. Chen won't agree to it. Why waste time? We can't take that risk. If Mr. Chen doesn't join us, we can't let him join the Sorcerer Society. Otherwise, the Witch Society's advantage would be totally gone. You've mentioned Mr. Chen's terrifying combat ability too. Anyway, if Princeton is going to meet up with him, then we'll go too. Chapter 664, In the Amusement Park. Chapter 664, In the Amusement Park. The amusement park was only about 1 hectare large. Nevertheless, it had a complete set of rides. When Qin Zhao and Fei Lai entered, the guard only glanced into the car. Qin Zhao slipped $200 to the guard. They managed to enter without even buying tickets. Although the amusement park was not empty, there weren't many visitors either. It was not like Disneyland, which would always be packed with people. There were only a few groups of visitors here. Therefore, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai would not cause any disturbance with all their pets. Nevertheless, not all the pets could take every ride. For example, Princess could not even close the buckle for the roller coaster. Qin Zhao would not allow her to take such a dangerous ride without a buckle. Nonetheless, the pirate ship was much safer. Then, they went to the Ferris wheel. When they walked out of the cabin, a couple and their kids approached them. Hi, can we have a photo with your pets? Of course. Qin Zhao and Fei Lai were glad that some people liked their pets. Pig and Jarls stared at the large group of pets in the distance. Why are there so many animals? I thought they would only have 2 or 3. What's that thing on the ground? A dinosaur. This mission is impossible. Let's inform boss. There's no way the 2 of us can finish this. Jarls took out his phone and called Johnsank. Jarls said, Boss, that person has too many pets with him. Many of them are large pets. We can't do anything. Idiot. They're only beasts. Fire a shot and they'll flee in fear. Do it quickly. Don't keep me waiting. Jarls hung up. Pig studied his expression. What did boss say? He asked us to shoot and snatch the pet. Jarls looked hesitant. Fuck. Who does he think we are? If the beasts charge at us, we'll be torn to pieces. We've taken the money. If we defy his order, we won't live to see tomorrow, Jarls said with a serious face. Fuck it, we're going to die anyway. Let's do it. Pig gritted his teeth. I won't work for him anymore. The 2 walked toward Qin Zhao. At the moment, Fei Lai was feeding Abito some ice cream. Don't ask why a fire dragon would like ice cream. Abitos just did. Just then, Jarl stopped near them and fired in the air. Bang! Pig pointed his gun at Qin Zhao and Fei Lai. You're getting robbed. Qin Zhao, Fei Lai, and all the pets looked at Pig and Jarls. Immediately, the 2 could feel their hair stand up. They felt as if they had just entered a lion cage and were being stared at by a group of lions. Give us that white cougar, or we'll kill you. Are you being serious? Qin Zhao looked at Pig and Jarls. Hurry up. The 2 were actually nervous too. This was different from their plan. Why did the animals not flee? Originally, they planned to shoot the white cougar when the animals were thrown into chaos. Pig suddenly lifted his gun and pointed at Feilai. Bang! Chen Zhao reached out and blocked the bullet with his hand. When he looked at the two again, his eyes were filled with fury. Feilai, stand behind me. Feilai was shocked as well. She did not expect them to shoot her directly. Pig and Jarls were stunned. Watching the bullet fall from Chen Zhao's palm, their faces were full of disbelief. They realized that Chen Zhao's look was somewhat terrifying. At the start, Chen Zhao found this slightly funny, but now it had turned into murderous intent. Just then, a few people approached them from afar. The group was led by Charlotte. Chen Zhao found the others familiar too. They were probably all from the Witch Society. They appeared after hearing the gunshot. Then, another group of people walked toward them. They were from the Sorcerer Society. There were more of them, perhaps about a dozen. Immediately, a final group of people appeared. Chen Zhao did not find them familiar, however. They all had sunglasses and black suits. When Pig and Jarls saw these people, they panicked at first. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. At least Chen Zhao would not kill them before so many people. If you're here to stop me, go and stand beside them now, Chen Zhao said coldly. Otherwise, go and evacuate the visitors. It might get bloody here. The three groups of people exchanged looks and then spread out. Chen Zhao turned around and patted Feilai, after which he hugged her tightly. Feilai, cover your ears. Feilai burrowed her head into Chen Zhao's chest and covered her ears. But she could still hear. The two people dropped their guns and shouted, "We surrender." But very soon, she heard a miserable scream, followed by another one. Then it all went silent. When Chen Zhao released her, she saw two pools of blood on the ground, but the two people were gone. Chen. Feilai noticed Chen Zhao's frightening look. It's fine now. Forget what happened. We're here to play. Don't let that affect our mood. Just then, the three groups of people surrounded them again. The people in black suits approached them. Mr. Chen, we work for Mr. Houseman. He would like to invite you to his place. Not interested, Chen Zhao rejected at once. He was not close to Houseman. Then, Charlotte approached him. Chen, I'm here on behalf of the Witch Society. The mage will be here very soon. She would like to talk to you. Mr. Chen, our leader will be here soon as well, someone from the Sorcerer Society quickly said. He would like to talk to you too. Feilai looked at Chen Zhao, who patted her. They're my friends. It's all right. Should I leave first? Feilai heard that they were from the Witch Society. It was clearly a supernatural organization. No, it's not a secret. Feilai glanced at those people, who seemed to respect Chen Zhao a lot. She could not help but feel somewhat proud. At least, this was her man. Just then, Catherine reached the amusement park. Everyone could see her strolling toward them in the distance. Catherine approached Chen Zhao, but she looked at Feilai first. Miss, in the name of moonlight, I bless you with enduring youth. As she spoke, she pointed in the air before Feilai's face. Then, Catherine turned her head and looked at Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, can we have a chat? Before Chen Zhao could speak, Princeton, president of the Sorcerer Society, rushed over. Catherine, you're ahead of me again. What a friend you are. Chapter 665, Night Attack. Chapter 665, Night Attack. I'm sorry, can you move aside? House came to join the fun. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Princeton looked at him. Old man, do you know whose land you're on right now? House said arrogantly. That shut everyone up. Before, Chen Zhao thought that he was rich. But compared to House, he realized he wasn't rich at all. The three of you, I'm on vacation with my girlfriend right now. I don't want to ruin this vacation. If you don't have anything else, please go back now. Mr. Chen, I want to invite you and your girlfriend and these animals to my home. If I don't agree, will I get kicked out of here? No. Then, goodbye. Chen Zhao looked at Princeton and Catherine. No need to waste any more effort on me. I'm not interested in either of your invitations. Chen Zhao didn't give them the chance to speak. He knew what kind of fart they would release before they even took off their pants. Then, I'll come to visit you another day, House said, a bit disappointed. Mr. Chen, if you have any needs in New York, please call this number. Princeton left a number with him. Mr. Chen, I can also help you take care of any problems in New York. Catherine also left a number. The three parties came and left quickly. Chen, I didn't know that you knew so many people in New York. We're just acquaintances. Chen Zhao shrugged. Did your mood get affected by that? No, let's continue. This place didn't have as many rides as Disney, but it was still fun enough for Princess and the others. The only one who was bored was Blackie. A roller coaster. Ha. The pirate ship. Ha. Chen Zhao, is there nothing suitable for me? Go to the haunted house. Haunted house. It's a place for scaring people. They have a bunch of random stuff. Oh, a scary place. I'll go take a look. 10 minutes later, a haunted house worker ran out screaming for his mother. And then a second one, a third. Chen Zhao clutched his head. It seemed that he'd said something that he shouldn't have earlier. In the evening, he and Fei Lai finally brought everyone back into the bus. Princess and the others loved the amusement park as much as little kids. They left very reluctantly. Okay, we'll do it again next time. They were only willing to get into the bus after Chen Zhao made that promise. At home, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were too lazy to make dinner. After all, they'd already eaten a lot outside. The two cuddled in the yard and looked at the distant sea line. They were all tired from today. Just then, Zola's call came. She told Chen Zhao to bring Princess, Snow White, and Samuel over to practice the catwalk. Zola helped plan everything for them, so Chen Zhao couldn't make any mistakes. After hanging up, an unfamiliar number called. Hello, who's this? Is this Mr. Chen? Who are you? My name is Johnson. I'd like to buy your albino cougar. If you're interested in selling your other pets, you can also sell them to me. I can give you a nice price. Sorry, not interested. Just as Chen Zhao was about to hang up, the man spoke again. Mr. Chen, I advise you to think carefully and don't make any brash decisions. Think about you and your girlfriend's safety. You sent those two guys today. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Perhaps you don't understand my power in New York City. I can make even the mayor disappear without a trace. With a dark expression, Chen Zhao said, then you better hurry up. Do it before I find you. Ha! Are you challenging me? I must say, this is a very unwise decision. Then, I'll wait and see. Chen Zhao hung up. He dared to hang up first. Johnson stared at his phone and muttered to himself, perhaps I should teach him a lesson. Maybe my tone was too gentle just then. He called someone else. Lin Sand, are you and your men in New York right now? Oh. Yes, Mr. Johnson. We just returned. I have a mission for you. What mission? What price? An Asian and a woman. Break all 4 limbs of that Asian, but remember to spare his life. At least, make sure he can still see and hear. As for the woman, do whatever you want. Also, he has some pets. I want them, especially the albino cougar. It must be alive. What price? If you do everything I ordered, you can take 2 million from me. Oh. But if the albino cougar dies, you won't get a single cent. Mr. Johnsonk, please prepare your $2 million, Lin San said confidently and hung up. After that, he made a few calls. All of you, get back here immediately. There's a mission. It's not out of town. It's local. High price. Hurry back. Within half an hour, Lin San had organized his men. He gave them some instructions and they set out. As for strategizing, it was only necessary for major missions. This was just one man and woman. What strategizing was needed? Soon, Lin San brought his men outside Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Even though they hadn't prepared for long, Lin San's men were still fully equipped. Leader, the heat detector shows that the couple are on the second floor. There are a lot of animals on the first floor. One of them is unrecognizable but has a very high body temperature. Who cares what species? Shoot some tranquilizers and even an elephant will fall. Get ready. Dirk, you're in charge of surveillance. We'll work inside. Report to us if anything changes. Dirk looked at the heat detector. Just then, he saw a human figure stand up. Hey, leader. That man got out of bed and his image disappeared. Leader, the animals are disappearing one by one too. What? What do you mean to disappear? I don't know. Dirk was confused too. The only way to block the scanning of the heat detector was by lowering one's body temperature. Or using some metal to cover their bodies, like aluminum. Leader, only the woman is on the second floor. Her heat image is still there. Everyone else disappeared. Chapter 666, Have you watched Alien? Chapter 666, Have you watched Alien? Dirk stood before the thermal camera. It was different from a night vision device. A night vision device could not see through buildings and obstacles, while a thermal camera could see through some of them. It could even scan through most metals. It would allow them to know not only the distribution and movement of their enemies, but also of their own people at a glance. Just then, Lin San managed to unlock the door. Suddenly, however, Dirk noticed the last person in their team disappeared. His thermal image was gone without warning. Captain, Baker has disappeared. Repeat, Baker has disappeared. What? Everyone was filled with disbelief. They had not felt anything. They did not even hear a thing, but one of them had vanished. Who saw Baker? No, wasn't looking at him. Dirk, did you not see him? Haven't you been looking at the thermal camera? His image disappeared suddenly. I have no idea how. Lin San vaguely felt something was wrong. What's happening in the house? Dunno, the woman on the second floor is still lying in bed. How about the man? Can't locate him. Lin San felt somewhat anxious. Focus, everyone. Maybe they know we're here. Splash. Suddenly, everyone heard a muffled sound at the back of the team. They turned around but there was nothing. What happened? What was that? Miles is missing. Captain, Miles' image is gone too. What? Everyone was creeped out. What was happening? There was a sound, and then someone was gone. They could accept it if there was an ambush behind and their enemies had dragged their people away. But they did not see anything, except their disappearing teammates. How could they accept this? Suddenly, under everyone's stares, one of them lowered without warning, as if something was pulling him into the ground. Hell, the next instant, the person disappeared into the ground. Run! Lin Sand was horrified. It was terrifying. The person had vanished before their very eyes. Suddenly, everyone felt themselves sinking as if they were in a swamp. One of them lost his footing and fell on the ground. He sank even faster, disappearing very quickly. Just then, a figure walked toward them. "Captain, there's someone before you." Lin Sand's face darkened. The person was already before them. Why would they need Dirk's reminder? "Shh, don't speak and disturb my girlfriend. Don't shout." Chen Zhao squatted down before them. By then, Lin Sand and the rest already had half of their bodies submerged. Everyone was terrified. Humans always feared the unknown. The dark serum below them began to rush into their mouths. Except for Lin Sand. He did not continue to sink either. "Are you their captain?" After thinking, Lin Sand nodded. "What do you want?" "Were you sent here by Johnson?" Lin Sand nodded again. "Yes." "What did he ask you to do?" Lin Sand told Chen Zhao absolutely everything. Chen Zhao was clearly not an ordinary person. The only thing that might save Lin Sand now was the truth. "Can you bring me to him?" Without hesitation, Lin Sand nodded. "Yes." Just then, the liquid began to pour into his mouth. Lin Sand struggled but to no avail. Nevertheless, after the liquid entered his body, he did not feel anything unusual. "You don't feel anything, right?" Chen Zhao smiled gently. But Lin Sand trembled in fright. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable wave of pain in his stomach. It was as though something was running around in his belly. "Have you watched the Alien franchise?" Chen Zhao grinned. Lin Sand nodded slightly, his forehead covered in a cold sweat. "When I need you to die, it will break out of your body like an alien." Chen Zhao pulled Lin Sand out of the dark serum. He curled up on the ground and shivered, unable to stand up. "Oh." Chen Zhao turned and looked at where Dirk had been hiding. Dirk could feel his heart skip a beat. He was about to run when he felt a hot wave at the back of his head. When he turned around, all he saw was a bloody mouth. "Are you going to lie here forever?" Chen Zhao glanced at Lin Sand, who was still on the ground. Lin Sand stood up with much difficulty. Fear was the easiest way to destroy someone. Even Lin Sand, an experienced soldier, could not escape being dominated by fear. "Bring me to Mr. Johnson." Chen Zhao got into Lin Sand's car. Lin Sand felt like he had almost forgotten how to drive. "What movies do you like?" "Ha! My favorite ones are the Alien franchise, Deep Rising. Also the Saw franchise, and It. Do you like them?" Chen Zhao continued. Lin Sand turned to look at Chen Zhao. "What exactly are you?" "Human. Look, it's flesh." The car arrived outside Johnson's manor. The guard glanced into the car. "Who is he?" "My team member," Lin Sand said. Perhaps because it was too dark, the guard could not see Lin Sand's pale face. "Go in." After Lin Sand drove the car in, the guard took out his walkie-talkie. "Boss, Lin Sand is here. He brought the Asian here too, but the Asian looks uninjured. Lin Sand might have betrayed you." When Chen Zhao and Lin Sand alighted, they were welcomed by a few gunmen and their pistols. Just then, Johnson walked out and looked at the two. "Lin Sand, can you explain what's this?" Johnson looked at Lin Sand. I was forced." Lin Sand pushed himself to say it. "Did I force you? Do I look like I forced you?" Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. "Forget it, I don't care what happened." Johnson waved his hand. "Asian, I'm very surprised that you've come here yourself. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Don't you have any sense of humor? How uncreative. Since I'm here, shouldn't you first torture me, and then ask me if I regret not accepting the trade back then? And finally, in my regret and despair, shoot me in the head. Chapter 667, Numb from Killing. Chapter 667, Numb from Killing. John Sunk was stunned. The bodyguards beside him were shocked too. Was this guy stupid? Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to think about torture too. John Sunk raised his gun and pushed it against Chen Zhao's forehead. Do you think this is fun? John Sunk stared coldly at him. Chen Zhao grinned. Yes, of course. Bang! Chen Zhao stumbled back and clutched his forehead. Fuck, that hurts. You actually fired. You actually fired. John Sunk stared at the gun that had accidentally discharged and at Chen Zhao. Was it because it was an unintentional discharge? So it couldn't kill him. Kill him. All shooters fired at once, but Chen Zhao's body was also covered by a layer of dark serum. After the round of bangs, everyone stared at Chen Zhao incredulously. What was that on his body? The bullets lost power after entering the liquid. When the shooting stopped, the dark serum peeled off of Chen Zhao. John Sunk retreated in fear, shouting in terror, "Kill him! Kill him!" A few bodyguards surrounded him, but dark serum flooded out of the dark shadow on the ground. The serum poured into the noses, mouths, and ears of the bodyguards. They immediately fell to the ground in pain, either wailing and clutching their heads or stomachs. Chen Zhao had created this. He'd gotten inspired by the phobic demon from yesterday. He let the dark serum enter the enemy's bodies directly. John Sunk turned to run, but he tripped over something. Help! Help! Let me think. How should I kill you? Chen Zhao tapped his head. John Sunk was about to piss his pants. He stared at Chen Zhao in fear. Right now, he'd become a horrifying devil. I'm sorry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have offended you. Forgive me, please forgive me. I don't know how to forgive. Chen Zhao looked at John Sunk. But I know a lot who can help you make up for your sins. Of course, they're definitely not gods. John Sunk screamed, wailed, and begged. He felt regret and despair. No matter how he tried, he couldn't stop the darkness from swallowing him. Beside him, Lin San watched as John Sunk was pulled into the deep abyss bit by bit. He started shaking. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Your turn. Lin San looked at Chen Zhao hopelessly. He'd guessed that Chen Zhao wouldn't let him go. He also made his last decision. Suddenly, he took out a hand grenade and charged at Chen Zhao. But after a few steps, his feet were tangled up by the dark serum. Bye-bye. Boom. Chen Zhao went to the entrance. When the security guards saw him come out, he pointed his gun at Chen Zhao immediately. Chen Zhao didn't even look back. Dark serum wrapped around the guard and forced the muzzle to face himself. Bang! Chen Zhao's spirits were low as he went home. He'd become more and more bloodthirsty. Back then, he didn't even dare to kill one person. But now, he'd actually killed more than 30 people without even blinking. Fuck. When did I become so sentimental? Sir, what's wrong? The taxi driver heard Chen Zhao's voice. He was afraid he'd done something to anger Chen Zhao. Nothing. After getting home, Chen Zhao acted like nothing had happened. He washed up and cuddled with Fei Lai, continuing to sleep. The next day, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai toured New York with their family again. At 2 p.m., they went to Zola's workplace. When the entire family entered the venue, it caused quite a commotion. Thankfully, Nat, Cooper, and Triss were there too, so they quickly calmed things down. The staff and models realized that Princess, Snow White, and Samuel would do the catwalk too. At first, they thought it was a joke. Soon, they realized that the animals seemed to know what they were doing. Princess had a very rich experience. Of course, that experience was only from one time. Oh. But for an animal, it was an accomplishment if they could obediently walk down the stage completely. When Qin Zhao and Fei Lai returned to their house, it was already 8 at night. The two changed into bathing suits and walked down the beach, holding hands. The environment here is so nice. Fei Lai enjoyed the sea breeze while listening to the waves come and go. Qin Zhao enjoyed the peace too. It would be great if there weren't any annoying things. Hello. What a coincidence, Mr. Chen. House and Hannah came over, hand in hand. Qin Zhao's face darkened. This was a beach in a classy neighborhood and it was 8 or 9 at night. Was it really a coincidence for them to come here? I live here too, House said. In that house. He pointed at a house in the near distance. It was right next to Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's house. Hello, miss. We met yesterday, but I didn't introduce myself yet. I'm Houseman. Qin Zhao was very annoyed at seeing him. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. We're going home. Bye. Qin Zhao pulled Fei Lai and turned around to leave. Mr. Qin, I want to join the supernatural organization. Please let me join. Qin Zhao face-bombed. Fei Lai looked at him curiously. Supernatural organization. But it was quite obvious what it was from the name. The supernatural organization only admits people with special abilities or magic. Do you have any special abilities? I have money. Does that count? There are so many rich people in the world. I have 35% of shares in Brazilian mines. I also have 23% of shares for the Australian metal mines. House started listing out all his business. Qin Zhao didn't know just how rich House was, but he was probably the richest of the people that he knew. Sorry. Still no, Qin Zhao said. Special abilities are the first condition for joining the supernatural organization. Can't you make an exception? No. Qin Zhao turned and left, but House still called out, I won't give up. Just then, Qin Zhao's phone rang. It was Charlotte. Mr. Qin, the Witch Society's library is open tonight. Are you interested in coming? Tonight? I'm busy. Mr. Qin, our library is only open once per month. If you miss this, you'll have to wait until next month. Okay, I'll come over, he replied helplessly. After hanging up, Qin Zhao looked at Fei Lai. I might have to go out. Go, Fei Lai said understandingly. Chapter 668, Strange Happening in the Library. Chapter 668, Strange Happening in the Library. It was Qin Zhao's first time visiting the Witch Society. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a quiet mansion in a city like New York. The outer walls of the mansion were covered in untrimmed vines. Inside, the path was dark but not scary. Charlotte brought Qin Zhao all the way in. Qin Zhao could feel the gazes of people hidden in the darkness, but nobody appeared before him until the end. Charlotte led Qin Zhao to a small domed house, whose surroundings and top were also covered in vines. This small building is the Witch Society's library. Are you kidding me? Go in and you'll see. Qin Zhao entered the house. He realized that the room had a vertical hole at the center. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. A spiral staircase extended all the way down. It was an inverted tower. Chen Zhao walked down the stairs, while Charlotte followed behind him. Can I read all the books here? You can read anything that you can open, and you can record the contents however you like, but you can't bring any books out. Chen Zhao nodded and asked again, are there books that cannot be opened? This magic library has been enchanted with many spells. Magic has seeped into every magic book here, so many cannot be opened unless you destroy the entire book. Following the winding stairs, Chen Zhao reached the bottom of the library, which he realized was enormous. The circular room had a diameter of a basketball court. Dozens of shelves surrounded the whole basement. Charlotte snapped her fingers and all the lights were turned on. Mr. Chen, take your time. I won't be following you around. Charlotte stopped following Chen Zhao. She took a magic book from one of the shelves and sat on the floor, starting to read. All the shelves were labeled. Curses, toxicology, nature, strengthening, summoning, elementology, death-speaking, divination. Chen Zhao grabbed a random book and opened it. Toxicology. Okay, not my thing. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stopped before a shelf. Mysterious happenings and items. Chen Zhao was very curious about mysterious things. Chen Zhao took the book and flipped through it. The book recorded many magic items, including demonic badges. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's hand stopped. Keys. The keys of mystery, the keys of the unknown. In the text, there are many records about the keys. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that there are 13 keys in total. The keys have appeared in every era. They have been passed down from ancient civilizations. There have been people who spent much of their time collecting the keys, and some successfully opened the third door with them. This is the human's limit. If you can open this book, and have a key with you, try to open the first door. If you want to learn more, go collect more keys and open more doors. Perhaps you will find the final answer. Open the first door. What door? Chen Zhao had received the first golden key from Winnip, and the second key from the grandfather. He had gotten the third one from Murphy's mother, and the fourth one had been part of Pamela's collection. But until now, Chen Zhao had no idea what the keys were supposed to unlock. He had come across 2 books that mentioned the keys so far. None of them talked about what the keys could open. Chen Zhao took out one of the keys. It was not his first time staring blankly at one. But he still did not know how to use it. Thud, thud. Just then, Chen Zhao heard a series of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw a woman walk toward him. The woman had a white robe and her hair hung loosely over her shoulders. She should be a witch here. Hello. Hi, Chen Zhao replied. Are you reading a magic book? This should be obvious. Is there anything you don't understand? Perhaps I can explain it to you. Chen Zhao had an idea. Maybe the woman knew what the keys were for. Do you know what these keys are for? The keys of the unknown. The keys of mystery, the woman said. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That was written in the book. The keys are used to unlock the human body's potentials, the woman said. Thinking, Chen Zhao asked again, how? Dunno. I don't have a key. I only remember that from a book. Maybe you'll find the answer if you find the book. Where's that book? Think it's below here. Below here. Yes, below this place. Below the library. Don't you know that there's a secret library below this place? Chen Zhao frowned. Then why did you tell me? You asked, so I answered. The woman smiled. Goodbye. The woman turned and left. Chen Zhao saw her walk behind a shelf. When Chen Zhao walked there, the woman was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for something? Charlotte was behind Qin Zhao. There was a witch just now. I followed her, but she disappeared. That's normal. You're not the only person who can come here, Charlotte said. Is there another library on the lower level? Yes. Is it not open? Do you want to go? I can bring you there, but you have to open it yourself. Qin Zhao thought about it and looked at Charlotte. Oh, Miss Charlotte, by the way, you haven't given me my pay for yesterday. Charlotte hesitated for a while. She lifted her head to look at Qin Zhao. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her face. You're indeed fake. Qin Zhao walked forward and grabbed Charlotte, but immediately she melted like a candle. Chen, what are you doing? Charlotte's voice sounded behind Qin Zhao again. Qin Zhao turned to look at her with some reluctance. Are you real or fake? What are you talking about? There's something wrong with the library. I saw a woman in a white robe who told me there's a secret library below this place. Then, I met a fake you who wanted to bring me to that library so that I could open it. Is there another library here? I had no idea. Maybe I should go and ask the mage. Charlotte had been here many times, but she had not noticed anything unusual. Why would Qin Zhao encounter such a strange event the first time here? Chapter 669, Turn Against. 669 Turn Against. Mage, when I led Mr. Chen into the library, he said that he met a woman who told him that there's a secret library below it. She also wanted to have Mr. Chen go open it. Catherine's face changed instantly, turning into an expression of shock. Where's Mr. Chen? Did he come out? No, he's still there. Raise the alarm. Red alarm. Catherine's expression grew more uncomfortable. President, what's wrong? Red alarm. Against who? Mr. Chen. Catherine didn't reply to Charlotte. Her expression grew more serious and even a bit worried. A bell? Qin Zhao heard the alarms above. Just then, he felt a breeze behind him. Turning around, he saw that the woman had appeared again. Hi. Qin Zhao greeted her and went back to reading his book. Don't you want to go down and see? You'll receive unimaginable power. There are even stronger spell books below. The dark serum under Qin Zhao's feet suddenly slid over, grabbing at the woman. But she stood on the dark serum without moving. Qin Zhao was a bit disappointed. This woman wasn't solid. However, she wasn't a spirit either. She might be made out of some spell. Don't disturb me. I'm busy. Qin Zhao waved his hand. Do you want to know the secrets of the world? Come down and you'll get the answer. Is your true body stuck down there? Qin Zhao asked. Wealth, honor, and women, the woman continued. I can give you everything. You don't sound convincing. If you strip and walk before me for 3 minutes, I might be tempted. The woman's expression stiffened. Why aren't you getting bewitched? Qin Zhao was confused too. Did you use some spell earlier? The woman stared hard at Qin Zhao but disappeared in the end. Duang, duang. The bell kept ringing above the library, so Qin Zhao couldn't focus. He recorded the content of some books on his phone. Then he went upstairs. But when he walked out, he saw that a dozen witches surrounded the door. It didn't feel right. Were they getting prepared to fight someone? Catherine, I just need to confirm. Are you going to declare war on me? Catherine stared hard at him. Mr. Chen, did you encounter anything just then? Qin Zhao thought about it. You mean, that woman that kept appearing before me? You did see her. What did you two talk about? Nothing much. Chen Zhao shook his head. It wasn't like he could say that he wanted the woman to strip, so their negotiation failed, right? Suddenly, Catherine lifted her eyes, shooting a look. The 5 witches on the side cast a spell at Chen Zhao, whip extraordinaire. Chen Zhao's left leg and leg was entangled in 5 whips shimmering with silver light. He pulled and the 5 witches fell over. Chen Zhao dragged one witch to the front and grabbed her neck. Catherine, I hope you can give me an explanation, or else I won't play nice either. Mr. Chen, if you wish to continue our friendship, let that girl go and accept our test. We must ensure that you weren't affected by that thing below. I'm not your captive. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl in his hands. It's an adult fight. Kids, get out of here. He tossed the girl far away and tugged down the ropes on him. The whips seemed to be supported by magic and were very sturdy. Mr. Chen, I'm not joking. Catherine looked seriously at him. Catherine, I'm not joking either, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. I won't accept some stupid test. Mage, is there some misunderstanding? Charlotte quickly came to try and smooth things out. He sensed that thing, but if you sense it, then you'll be unable to be free of its bewitchment. Everyone becomes possessed in the end. Catherine looked at Chen Zhao and said, Mr. Chen, for you and everyone around you, please go into self-confinement. Chen Zhao laughed out of anger. What was this bullshit? Why did he have to go into self-confinement for no reason? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Seems like we'll have to fight. Catherine sighed and knocked her cane on the ground. Cage of light. A sword fell from the sky, shining with golden light, and stabbed into the ground. And then a second sword, third, fourth. The sword surrounded Chen Zhao in a ring. Then the gold light intertwined, going above Chen Zhao's head and transforming into a cage. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. You really want to fight? You've already gotten affected by that thing. Your heart is twisted. Catherine's tone was filled with regret. Chen Zhao reached out to grab the bars and break them. But the cage of light was extremely hot. He couldn't even touch it. It's no use. The cage of light is filled with divine power. Any impure people who touch it will be burned. Fuck you, impure people. Chen Zhao lost his temper. The cage of light suddenly dimmed under Chen Zhao's furious attacks. However, he couldn't break it. Mr. Chen, there is a sinful fallen witch sealed below, Catherine explained seriously. She is the most skilled person in bewitchment. If you stop fighting, I can expel the bewitchment. But if you continue to support that power, you'll sink further and further. Chen Zhao didn't think he'd gotten bewitched. He was still himself. He wouldn't get possessed by anything. He took out the bronze sword and glared at Catherine. Let me ask you one more time. Undo the cage of light or I'll break it myself and knock your old head off. Seems like you've been completely swayed by the bewitchment. Catherine shook her head. Everyone, support the cage of light. All the witches pointed their wands at the cage. It shone even brighter. Chen Zhao hacked at the bars with his sword, but a strong reverberation almost made the sword fall from his hands. This was already his strongest sword, but the cage of light didn't budge. Mr. Chen, you can't fight against so many witches by yourself. Surrender. Catherine's words couldn't calm him down. Instead, he grew more furious. You'll regret it. Chapter 670, Death of the Witches. Chapter 670, Death of the Witches. Eradicating Evil. I won't regret it, Catherine said righteously. Her attitude was firm. The dark shadow beneath Chen Zhao's feet had almost completely disappeared under the strong light. But it would never truly disappear. Like what Samuel had said, where there was light, there was shadow. At the moment, however, the dark shadow had totally retreated underneath Qin Zhao's feet. The dark shadow was entering his body through his feet. That time, the dark shadow was released from Qin Zhao's body. Now, it was returning. But it was not the only thing to enter his body. The foundation gem went in too. Under Qin Zhao's control, the foundation gem, along with the dark shadow, flowed into his right arm. Just then, the bronze sword turned black. Qin Zhao lifted the sword again, opening the Eye of Power. Carrying endless fury, Qin Zhao swept the sword out. There was an ear-piercing sound. Everyone felt pain in their ears. Meanwhile, the cage of light was destroyed. All the witches maintaining it vomited a mouthful of blood. Qin Zhao walked out of the cage and toward Catherine. Mr. Qin. You've been bewitched by the words of the fallen. Catherine looked at Qin Zhao. Even if I've already fallen, I still hate being controlled by others. Qin Zhao raised the sword high above his head. Are you ready to die? No. Charlotte screamed. Ignoring Charlotte's cry, Qin Zhao brought the sword down. Catherine collapsed on the ground. Qin Zhao wiped off the blood on the blade. From now on, I am no longer a friend of the Witch Society. Whoever stops me will be my enemy. Nobody stopped or could stop Qin Zhao. Charlotte watched as Qin Zhao disappeared at the end of the path. She did not understand why. Why would this happen? Everything had been good. They were friends. Why would they become irreconcilable enemies in the next second? Qin Zhao was in a terrible mood. He similarly did not like such a quick change from friends to enemies. However, he did not regret that strike. Because of their old friendship, Qin Zhao did not kill the rest. Nevertheless, that friendship was totally gone by now. It began to drizzle. It was not an enjoyable night for anyone. The witches in the Witch Society were divided into two parties. Some of them would like to seek revenge, while others wanted reconciliation. Charlotte listened as the senior witches argued incessantly in the meeting room. She really did not want to be involved in this conflict. At the moment, she was sitting outside the room, staring at the night sky. Suddenly, she heard something. Charlotte! Charlotte! Charlotte searched for the source of the voice. In the darkness not far away, there was someone. Mage? Charlotte, come here. Dumbfounded, Charlotte walked toward the mage in the rain. Mage. Why are you? It's down there. The answer you want is down there. The mage pointed at the library in the distance. What's down there? Everything. Charlotte slowly walked toward the library. In the meeting room of the Witch Society, the few senior witches were still quarreling. You all should know what is below there. But we don't even know if that person has been bewitched. It's the mage's own claim. The mage has no reason to lie. No, she does, one of the witches said. What if she's the one who had been bewitched? Impossible. She's the mage. Her mind can't fall that easily. The mage's favorite granddaughter died a year ago. She died to the grandfather, another witch said. She had been constantly saying, why didn't Mr. Qin appear earlier? We all know that something can take advantage of those who have lost control of their emotions, so I have all the reasons to believe that the mage had been bewitched. She wanted to create a war between the Witch Society and Mr. Qin. That's why she incited that conflict. Now that the mage is dead, you can guess whatever you want. Would you dare to say that when she was alive? I'm not guessing. I'm stating a fact, the witch said. Anyway, I can't agree to such a meaningless war, especially when our enemy should have been our friend. He killed the mage. He's our friend no more. The mage cannot die for nothing. We must guard our honor as witches. We must make the murderer pay. The mage caused all of this in the first place. The conflict shouldn't have happened. So the mage died for nothing. Anyway, I won't go and kill myself, nor will my students. If you're so eager to die, go yourself. The witches who wanted revenge were in a difficult position too. If they could work together, they might stand a chance against Chen Zhao. But now, they were not even united, so they could forget about revenge. Chen Zhao had eliminated the evil spirit society by himself, after all. Just now, so many witches tried to bind him, but he still broke free. He even severed the mage's head in the end. They were not confident in the revenge plan in the first place. Now, half of them would not even cooperate. Suddenly, Cindy ran in, panicked. Help! Help! What's wrong? Can't you see we're having a meeting? Be quiet. Ms. Newman's sister Charlotte went to the library. And then. What? Why did Charlotte go to the library now? Then what? Then she jumped down from the top. All the witches gasped, making their way to the library. The senior witches all knew what was hidden below the library. But something like this happened at such a critical moment. When they rushed to the bottom of the library, they saw a pool of blood on the floor, but Charlotte was nowhere to be seen. It was more than 20 meters from the entrance of the library. Even a witch could not survive that fall. But where was Charlotte? Where did she go? Suddenly, something poured down from the top. What's that? It's gasoline. The witches lifted their heads and saw Charlotte and Cindy looking at them from above. However, there was a strange smile on their faces. Charlotte, Cindy. What are you doing? A cruel smile appeared on Charlotte's face. A match to light it up. Immediately, the library became a furnace. The witches' screams echoed from the bottom. Chapter 671, I don't find trouble, trouble finds me. Chapter 671, I don't find trouble, trouble finds me. Chen, what's wrong? You look depressed. Fei Lai looked at Chen Zhao on the bed. Usually, when she got up, Chen Zhao would get up too or pull her down for more. I hate rainy days, Chen Zhao said weakly. Let me sleep a bit longer. Okay, I'll prepare breakfast for you and then go see if the kids are up. The rain was a bit heavy, so it seemed that they couldn't go out to play today. Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma stood in the yard and howled to the sky. They knew that they couldn't go play on rainy days. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhao finally got out of bed. After washing up, he sat under the roof with Princess and the others, watching the pouring rain. Instead of stopping, the rain got harder. Fei Lai handed him a glass of milk. Chen, the weather forecast didn't say there would be such big rain today. Coastal cities are like this, Chen Zhao replied helplessly. Even weather forecasts can't be completely accurate. Because of the storm, the beach was flooded and the waves were bigger than before too. Thankfully, their house was on higher land, so the waves couldn't flood it. Chen Zhao held the key and kept looking at it. Should he try and pour mana into it? He tried, but there was no reaction. It seemed that it had nothing to do with mana. Just then, Chen Zhao heard frantic pounding on the door. He was too lazy to get up, so Fei Lai went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a drenched and frail girl ran in. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Chen Zhao looked. The baby-faced girl had left quite an impression on him. Alice, why are you here? I'm enemies with the witch society now. Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Feilai was confused. Wasn't Chen Zhao still flirting with the witch society a few days ago? How come they were suddenly enemies now? Mr. Chen, help me. Save me. I have nothing to do with you and won't help you do anything else. Go back to wherever you came from. Don't try to find trouble for yourself. Chen, it's raining so hard outside. Where do you want her to go to? Oh. Then take an umbrella and go. Just then, a few blurry figures appeared in the rain. Alice grew even more terrified. They're here. They're here. They're here to capture me. Chen Zhao looked at the people in the rain. He couldn't tell who they were. They stopped a few dozen meters away, not approaching the house. Who are they? They're not people, not people. Chen Zhao couldn't understand what kind of shock Alice had gotten. Chen, I'll go make them leave, Feilai said. Don't go. Chen Zhao held on to Feilai. The figures in the rain made him uncomfortable. We're not coming to New York again, Chen Zhao said unhappily. Trouble hasn't stopped since our first day here. It's obviously you causing trouble. Feilai glared at him. You cause trouble wherever you go. What does it have to do with New York? Fine, whatever you say. Chen Zhao touched his nose. It indeed seemed that it was him causing trouble most of the time. Go be with the kids. What about her? Drive her away when the rain stops. Feilai rolled her eyes. Chen Zhao spoke harshly but was soft inside. After Feilai left, Chen Zhao walked into the rain, going toward the people. The figures seemed to be women, probably from the witch society. Was Alice getting chased by the witch society? But she was part of them. Chen Zhao felt conflicted. This is my territory. If you don't want to die. But when he saw the four witches clearly, he swallowed the second half of his sentence. Fuck, what is this? How come these witches look completely messed up? The witches moved, but their movements weren't like regular people at all. Their limbs were twisted and their fingernails were extremely sharp too. Chen Zhao kicked one aside and she snapped in half. Fuck, I didn't even use power. Black blood flowed out of the broken witch at the breaking point. It flooded under the feet of the three other witches and seemed to get absorbed by them. Chen Zhao didn't waste time talking. They seemed to have gotten possessed. He took care of them easily. Now, black blood flowed out of them again, streaming toward Chen Zhao. His mouth of gluttony got an appetite again. But before it could be activated, Raymond wriggled over and sucked the blood away in one breath. Raymond, what is that? Is it edible? The blood of the mutant god, Raymond said. They were possessed by mutants? Should be their corpses, Raymond said. These witches were already turned into corpses. As expected, it was more trouble. After returning to the house, Feilai looked at him. The people left. No. I took care of them. You killed them. No, they were already dead. Chen Zhao looked at the terrified Alice. Tell me. What happened? Before she could speak, she started sobbing. Feilai was kind. Seeing a young girl like Alice cry, she immediately went over to comfort her. Dear, stop crying. Tell me what happened. They're dead, they're all dead, Alice sobbed while wiping at her runny nose and tears. Who's dead? Chen Zhao had a bad feeling. The witch society are all dead. They were tricked into the library and Charlotte and Cindy set them on fire. As Alice spoke, she shuddered and grabbed her hair frantically. Fire, big fire. Everyone screamed, Teacher Michelle, Farah. They were all screaming in the library. Alice was honestly traumatized. Chen Zhao's expression hardened. You said that Charlotte and Cindy set the fire. Yeah. I was hiding on the side. Why did they do that? They weren't them anymore. What do you mean? Chen Zhao's heart jumped. They were controlled by the thing under the library. No. The thing invaded their bodies. How do you know? Why were they chasing after you? I'm Michelle's student. She gave me a book before with a sealing spell. It's used to seal that thing. See, Fei Lai. I don't go searching for trouble. Trouble finds me. Chapter 672, I hate the rain not because of bad memories. Chapter 672, I hate the rain not because of bad memories. What exactly is hidden below that library? Not hidden, it's sealed, Alice said. That thing has already been sealed for 200 years. Nobody knows what exactly it is. Chen Zhao snorted. What a long history. How long was New York's history? How long was America's history? This thing alone had been sealed for 200 years already. Fei Lai listened to them at the side. She was rather interested in these things. Nevertheless, she knew that Chen Zhao would have to take risks again. Fighting ancient existences seemed to be his mission. Fei Lai worried about Chen Zhao's safety. Of course, Chen Zhao would not admit that it was his mission. It was just trouble knocking on his door. What could he even do now? Push Alice into the rain. And then lock the door. If he really did that, Fei Lai would despise him for life. Chen Zhao was really not scared of fighting. In the last half-year, he had met all kinds of monsters. A 200-year-old monster might not necessarily be hard to deal with. Nonetheless, the powerful witch society had actually been burned down. This was something Chen Zhao did not expect. Out of so many witches, was there none who knew elemental magic? They could have saved the situation by casting water spells. Since a few years ago, the seal in the library has been unstable. Every once in a while, a witch would be bewitched by the power that had escaped. Every single witch who had contacted that thing became fallen witches, Alice said. How do I tell if a witch has been bewitched? For example, how do I know that you haven't been bewitched and are not here to deceive me? I can't prove it, Alice answered. Then where's the magic book you were talking about? Let me take a look. Alice looked at Chen Zhao. After hesitating for a while, she untied her hair. Can I have a pair of scissors? Why? Cut my hair. Cut your hair. Here. Are you very free? Fei Lai gave Alice a pair of scissors. Alice pulled her hair forward and cut some of it. She piled the hair together. Then, she snapped her fingers and the hair started to burn. In the ashes, a magic book slowly appeared. What spell is this? You have a Chinese saying, one's body, hair, and skin are all received from one's parents. My teacher hid the magic book in my bloodline, Alice said. Chen Zhao took the magic book from the fire and flipped through it. He saw the sealing spell that Catherine had cast on him yesterday, the Cage of Light. There were many other seals of various kinds. Some were complicated, while others were simple. Furthermore, some of the seals would work on Chen Zhao. This alerted Chen Zhao. He was not invincible yet. He still had to keep a low profile in the future. If someone really wanted to deal with him, they could still find ways. Which is the seal used to seal that thing? This one. Alice pointed at a symbol. Seal of the Star Spirits. Chen Zhao could understand most of the seals here. But this particular one was quite complicated. He believed that the spell used star positions as guidance. This spell is activated using the position of the Big Dipper. 7 sorcerers are needed to cast it. 7 people. Then go and find the Sorcerer Society. The Sorcerer Society has been wiped out too. What? Charlotte and Cindy attacked the Sorcerer Society last night. All of their members were killed. Is the Sorcerer Society that weak? Charlotte and Cindy eliminated all of them by themselves. The Sorcerer Society wasn't strong in the first place. Also, Charlotte and Cindy have become very powerful. They're even almost as powerful as the mage. What do they want? Or rather, what does that thing want? I don't know. Forget it. Maybe that thing will only come out after the rain stops. Rain is really terrible. Feilai brought Alice to change her clothes. Although Alice had been extremely frightened earlier, she felt safe in Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao was the only one she knew who could protect her. The rain in New York grew heavier. Some places were already flooded. There was news about places affected by the heavy rain. Chen Zhao realized that the sea level had risen significantly again. While the mansion was still a few meters above the sea level, if it continued to rise, seawater would eventually pour into the house. Chen, will seawater come into the house? Nope. Even if it continues to rain at this intensity, it'll take half a day for water to enter the house. Then the rain grew even heavier. In the afternoon, the water finally reached the height of the house. The entire New York had become a disaster area. There was flooding everywhere. Chen Zhao and the rest had no choice but to go to the second floor. That's why I hate rain. On the balcony, Chen Zhao and Feilai watched the downpour. Chen, I feel like the rain is abnormal. Do you think it could be magic? Feilai did not know much about supernatural things. It was merely her instinct. Dunno, I hope it's not. Chen Zhao stared at the cloudburst. I hate going out during the rain. Hopefully, that sealed thing would stay put. Do you hate the rain that much? Yes, very much, Chen Zhao said. Did you have any bad memories when it was raining? Feilai, stop reading all those novels. It's not that complicated. I just hate it. Feilai rested her head on Chen Zhao's shoulder. Even though seawater had rushed in and flooded the first floor, she still felt safe. It was as though she would never panic when this man was around. What Chen Zhao could not accept was that the electricity had still not been cut off. The first floor had been flooded, but the electricity was still running. Were the managers of high-end communities also fearless? What would happen if a resident was electrocuted? According to American law, if a resident got an electric shock in such a situation, they would almost surely be able to sue the management. All the television channels were broadcasting about the sudden rainstorm. There had been no warning. Nobody knew when it would stop. Many people were trapped by the rain and waiting for rescue. In some streets, even the second floors were flooded. The advanced sewer system was probably dead by now. Chen Zhao and Feilai's situation was not that bad. After all, they were along the coast and the water had just entered the first floor. However, they still might face the most dangerous situation. Any strong wind might create giant sea waves. Chapter 673, An Accomplishment Less Than $100 Million. Chapter 673, An Accomplishment Less Than $100 Million. Chen, don't you feel like this is really heartwarming? Chen Zhao couldn't understand Feilai's mind. But when a woman thought something was romantic, a man couldn't ruin the mood. Yes, heartwarming. Unfortunately, there was also a little girl in their room. He'd wanted to keep Alice outside with Princess and the others. Unfortunately, Alice was too scared. Princess's sneeze could make her scream. As for Abitos, he had a face that just screamed, "I'm not nice." Perhaps this kind of happiness was out of comparison. The TV showed how people were going through the catastrophe, while they were in peace. Chen, do you hear that? Yeah, someone's screaming for help. Not only did Chen Zhao hear it, but he also saw that someone was swept into the sea. That's House. Fei Lai looked at him. What should we do? House was currently hugging a sofa, but the waves kept crashing on him. What could Chen Zhao do? He couldn't just watch someone die, right? I'll be back. Be careful. Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. Amon is nearby. Hearing that, Fei Lai was reassured. Chen Zhao jumped down from the balcony. The sea was right under him, anyway. He wouldn't hurt himself from a fall. He swam toward House. When House saw Chen Zhao coming, he started screaming even more loudly. Shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll leave. House stopped screaming. Chen Zhao went to him and said, grab my shoulder. Mr. Chen, thank you. Save your breath. House destroyed the great atmosphere and Chen Zhao was pissed. When he brought House to land, Chen Zhao's living room was already knee-deep in water. Don't touch the sockets. You might get shocked. It's okay, House explained. The sockets in the community are separate. It short-circuits automatically. No wonder there was still electricity. They weren't afraid of leakages. Chen Zhao didn't understand what separate meant here, but it must be pretty fancy. Just then, Chen Zhao and House heard a scream. It wasn't an adult's scream. It was a child's, many children. Fuck. Chen Zhao saw a school bus get washed away in the distance. This was the beach, so the water in the city all flowed toward the sea. The current was extremely fast too. The school bus was stuck at the edge and was about to tip into the sea. There were many children on the bus. Right then, another wave came crashing onto the bus. It immediately toppled into what had been the beach. It used to be the beach, but due to the geography, the seawater was already above the dam. The water now was at least 3 to 4 meters deep. All of you, go save them. Chen Zhao yelled. You stay out of it. Princess, Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, Snow White, and even Abitos jumped into the water. Chen Zhao dove into the water and pried open the protective barrier on the window. There was one adult and many kids inside the bus. The adult must be the teacher, but she could barely help herself right now. When Chen Zhao was in the water, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned to see Fei Lai. He forgot that Fei Lai was a member of the coastal rescue team. She would never be able to just watch a situation like this. Chen Zhao gestured at her. I'll go in. You help outside. Fei Lai understood. They'd never communicated with hand gestures before, but they had great chemistry in times like this. Chen Zhao dove into the car and pulled out 2 kids. Fei Lai took them immediately, placing them in the shallow water. Abitos and Princess immediately dragged them into the second floor. They weren't good swimmers, so they couldn't really help down there. They were far from as experienced as Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter, or even Snow White. Soon, the 4 appeared out of the water, each with a kid in their mouths. Chen Zhao brought 2 more kids onto land. House was on the receiving side too. The dozen kids and the adult were all rescued. Cough, cough. The teacher sat on the floor and kept coughing. Just then, she thought that she was dead meat. Who would have known that just as her soul was going to heaven, such a strange rescue team appeared. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were giving CPR to the kids who'd swallowed water. Both of them were quite experienced in this. Chen, look at this girl. She's not waking up. He immediately went over to check. He applied a bit of force on the girl's chest and pushed her down. She spat out water with a whoosh and woke up. Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao's figure. Right now, she felt that it was so great to have Qin Zhao by her side. Sir, thank you for saving us. Is there anything I can help you with? No, you can't help. Go take care of the kids that have woken up. Fei Lai stopped her. The teacher was beautiful and completely drenched. She looked extremely mesmerizing. As soon as she'd gotten out of the water, her eyes had been trained on Qin Zhao. This made Fei Lai put her guard up, so she had to guard her property. The teacher went to another room. There, she saw that the kids who'd been threatened with death had now all recovered. They jumped around the huge beasts next to them. These beasts usually gave off a dangerous aura even in the zoo. But right now, the kids were all around the animals and even climbing onto them. The most terrifying one to the teacher was that incredibly huge bear. This bear was probably heavier than all the kids put together. It looked like a sprawling hill. There was also a red lizard that was also impossibly huge. However, she knew that these beasts had helped with the rescue and had done well too. At least, they'd done better than her. She leaned against the doorframe and looked at the man saving people in the other room. The teacher vaguely remembered the strong and broad chest in the water and the muscular arms hugging her tightly as he swam through the water with one arm. Because the rescue had been timely and lasted less than 5 minutes, the kids weren't in much danger. They only had to force out the water and check if there were accumulated water in their lungs. If water was accumulated in their lungs, it would be more annoying. For others, like choking or occlusive suffocation, Fei Lai could take care of it by themselves. It was Qin Zhao and Fei Lai's first time working together to save people. When all the kids were safe, they hugged each other. The feeling of accomplishment was a strange thing. Even making $10 million wouldn't make him feel as accomplished as saving all these kids. But maybe $100 million. Chapter 674, Barbecue and Beer Before Battle. Chapter 674, Barbecue and Beer Before Battle. It was still raining, and the water level was still rising. At the moment, the water had already reached the stairs to the second floor. There was no way down. Furthermore, the sky was darkening. Before this, they had already called for rescue. However, the entire New York was struck by the disaster. It was unlikely that someone would come to save them. The kids were kept in a room with the animals, where they could continue playing. On the other hand, the few adults gathered in a circle, thinking of a plan. Chen, we can't stay here. If the water continues to rise, we won't even have a place to stand, Fei Lai said, worried. If it was a few hours ago, they might still be able to evacuate. However, after they had saved all those kids, evacuation was no longer viable. None of them could guarantee that the kids would not be washed away by the torrents. If some of them were washed away, should they save them? If they chose to save, more children would be in danger. Or should they watch the kids drown before them? The few adults were not that cruel. Even Houseman could not do that. Moreover, it was already dark, and the water was rising at an astonishing rate. All their escape routes had been cut off. Once the water reached the second floor, they would not even have a place to stand. Of course, that alone would only make them more tired. But the sea waves were slapping against the mansion. The situation was not looking good. If something happened to the house, Qin Zhao would undoubtedly save Fei Lai first and then grab 2 kids if he could. There was no way he would ignore Fei Lai and save the kids first. Qin Zhao would love to save people, but only if they were within his reach. I have a solution, Houseman suddenly said. What? Everyone looked at him. I have a yacht at the dock, Houseman said. It's big enough, and there's food inside. Where's the dock? Chen Zhao asked. That direction, about 2 kilometers, houseman said. How do I activate it? A key or password? Key, but it's in the yacht. Mr. Chen, it's completely dark outside. The storm is too strong and the waves are too rapid. It's 2 kilometers away from the dock. You won't survive outside there. The female teacher looked at Chen Zhao, worried. Fei Lai did not speak and instead looked at Chen Zhao in silence. Go if you're confident. Yup. Chen Zhao changed into his swimming trunks and jumped into the water from the balcony. The teacher rushed to the balcony, but Chen Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Miss Fei Lai, do you know how dangerous it is for him? Fei Lai stared at the night sky in silence. Miss Fei Lai, did you hear me? The teacher shouted anxiously. Shut up. He's my man, Fei Lai finally scolded. If I think that he's in danger, I'll stop him before you do. But, the teacher was clearly displeased. I know him better than you. Fei Lai was similarly worried, but she would not show it. Of course, Fei Lai also had more confidence in Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao would swim a few kilometers, or even more than 10 kilometers, in Mirror Lake every day. He was more resistant to poor weather and strong currents. Of course, the most important reason was that Amon was not far away. 10 minutes, 20, 30. Finally, a beam of light appeared above the water. Chen Zhao was back. The yacht stopped before the house. Fei Lai immediately jumped before Chen Zhao in excitement, hugging him warmly. The teacher remained quiet, her face filled with envy. Suddenly, Fei Lai touched something sticky on Chen Zhao's back. When she withdrew her hand, she realized that it was blood. There was a wound on Chen Zhao's back. Chen, what happened? Accidentally crashed into something, Chen Zhao said. Board the yacht. When the kids all boarded the yacht, Chen Zhao, however, jumped down from it. Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you coming with us? I have something important. Drive the ship out to sea. Amon will be following you. You'll be very safe, Chen Zhao said. The rainstorm would cost New York a few billions. Of course, that was not Chen Zhao's business. Whether it was a few billion or tens of billions, Chen Zhao would not receive a single penny. The problem was that thing was actually actively looking for Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao could not avoid it even if he wanted to. Staying with Fei Lai would only place her in a dangerous spot. Therefore, he had to separate from her. Chen, don't take the risk. Let's leave together. Chen Zhao shook his head. Don't worry. I'll go and find you later. Mr. Chen, why are you staying here? The teacher asked, confused. To think about life. In the end, Chen Zhao still watched the yacht disappear on the sea. Then, he began to eat and drink all he could. He had just swum 2 kilometers and had a fight, which was rather exhausting. Water started to seep into the room. The water level had risen again. Suddenly, Chen Zhao heard some noise. 4 people broke through the roof and landed in the room. Chen Zhao and the 4 people stared at each other. At the moment, Chen Zhao was holding a piece of roast meat in one hand and a can of beer in the other. Captain, is he? Nope. The star compass is unresponsive. But why would the star compass point at this house just now? Maybe that thing is roaming around here. Are you here to fight? Chen Zhao had no idea who the 4 people were. Were they controlled by that thing? It did not look like the case. No, we lost our way, the leader said. Chen Zhao lifted his head to look at the broken ceiling. They were lost. It was the first time Chen Zhao heard such a refined excuse. The 4 looked at mercenaries. They had steel helmets, camo jackets, and bulletproof vests. They were holding automatic rifles, which seemed to have undergone modifications. I'm hungry too. Gimme some food. That's the last piece. Chen Zhao stuffed the meat into his mouth and chewed a bit. There's still some beer. Without being overpolite, the four grabbed the beer and started drinking. Who are you going to fight? No one. We're really lost. Why are you eating and drinking alone here? Can't you tell that I'm trapped here? When you came, I thought you're here to rescue me. This room will be flooded soon. You should consider climbing to the rooftop. We're not here to save people. Chapter 675. Thoughts turn strange after getting rained on. Chapter 675. Thoughts turn strange after getting rained on. By now, the water on the second floor was already past one's knees. Chen Zhao still didn't figure out who these four people were. But from their conversations, he figured out their relationships. The man in his 30s with an unshaven face was the leader. His name was Warren Calm. The other two men and one woman were respectively Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna. Hey, Asian. Warren Calm looked at Chen Zhao. You really not running? Can you please enlighten me where I can run to? Chen Zhao asked helplessly. Oh yeah, there's nowhere to run to. But this place might get really dangerous later. It's okay, Chen Zhao said. I'm not a good swimmer. I need to eat and drink my fill so I have the strength to swim. Yuna studied him. Didn't your swim teacher tell you that you can't drink before swimming? Don't you know? My swimming pool is always filled with beer. I swim in beer every day. You didn't have to pay to bullshit, so Chen Zhao would say whatever he wanted. The dangers won't only be this downpour, Warren Calm said. By the way, do you work for the government? Chen Zhao asked curiously. To be honest, he couldn't figure out the background of these four people. They were dressed like soldiers, but they seemed to know what would happen next. Some of their equipment seemed like magic tools too. Take the star compass that they mentioned for example. Wasn't that the compass that Chinese people used to check the feng shui? We're private forces, Warren Calm said. Why isn't it here yet? Chen Zhao thought. Didn't that thing attack him earlier? How come it wasn't coming again? He didn't have anything to talk to with these four people. Sitting in the water wasn't comfortable either. Ugh, let's go sit on the roof. Chen Zhao climbed onto the roof, but it was even worse. The rain poured down and the wind blew crazily. As expected, coming to New York for vacation was a complete mistake. Chen Zhao was extremely bored. He held on to the key. Perhaps the rain could help clear his mind. Indeed, he thought of a solution. I'll try my blood. Maybe it's like those story plots where it only responds to blood. He dripped a drop of blood onto the key but it was useless. As expected, he'd thought too much. Could it be edible? Chen Zhao stuck his tongue out and licked it. No reaction. He put it in his mouth and chewed. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck close to him. He had a fright. Cough, cough. And he swallowed the key. Oh, no. The rain really messed up his brain. What did he even do? Why did he do something that only idiots did? He wanted to spit out the key, but it was already in his stomach. Fuck. How did he do something so stupid? Would the key get eaten away by his stomach acid? Or would it last until he went to a hospital and did surgery on himself? He wasn't really sure what the key was for, but it was definitely important. Oh, drink alcohol. Drink more alcohol. And vomit it out. Chen Zhao took out a lot of alcohol and started pouring it into his mouth. This was just regular alcohol. If it was Daydream, then he'd probably be dead before he could even throw up. Right then, the four people climbed up too. Wow, you have so many drinks up here. The four didn't act mannered and came over to share with Chinzhao. Where did you hide it? Yeah, where did you get all this alcohol? Your hands were empty when you climbed up here. Did you hide it on the roof? Chinzhao rolled his eyes. It floated over and I just fished it out. Ah, I see. Chinzhao studied the four. Are you guys going to fight someone? Is it really okay to drink so much? Totally fine, Warrencom said. You know, when I was little, my mom put beer inside my milk bottle. We use liquor to water our fields, Hawkinson said. Each of them was completely shameless when bragging. All of them had great appetites, including Yuna. They all finished a can of beer in one breath, crumpled up the can, and tossed it into the water. After drinking a dozen cans, Chinzhao didn't feel like throwing up, but he got a different feeling. He glanced at Yuna. Lady, please look away. I think I need it too, Warrencom said, getting up. Oh. The four men stood in a row and pissed down the roof. Yuna didn't get shy at all. She probably spent too much time with guys. Oh, the four men shook and felt much better. Suddenly, a beam of water suddenly exploded before them. Warrencom, Hawkinson, and Hatcher reacted lightning fast. A fancy laser shield rose up before them immediately. Chinzhao also reacted, but he had nothing to shield with other than his hands. The water pillar was very strong. It hit Chinzhao square in the chest. He was forced more than 20 meters into the air and landed on the roof with a plop. The roof was smashed through and he fell into the water inside the house. He didn't really get injured from the crash. But it still hurt to fall from more than 20 meters above. He felt something break inside him when the water hit him. The key. Did it just break inside his stomach? Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. It was like something was brewing inside him. On the roof, Warrencom and the others had uncomfortable expressions. Chinzhao wasn't their friend, but they were at least drinking buddies. No one thought the attack would be so sudden. They didn't even have a chance to help and Chinzhao was already killed. Through the rain, they saw a figure walk on the water. It was a woman. Hair frazzled, she stared at the four people on the roof. Cindy. She was here. Warrencom took out a device and scanned Cindy. Identity confirmed. Original name, Cindy. 19 years old, fallen. The target is extremely dangerous and her magic has mutated. Maybe water elemental. There's water everywhere, Yuna said. If we have to fight a water witch, it'll be so problematic. Change the bullets to penetration bombs, Warrencom said. The four changed their bullets and aimed at Cindy. Fire. Red dots shot out of their weapons. When the red dots landed on the water, waves sprayed immediately. But then Cindy suddenly sank into the water. All of the bullets missed the target. The next moment, a huge wave lifted over the sea. The four widened their eyes, watching the overwhelming wave crash down at them. Fuck, how can we even fight? Chapter 676, Chinzhao played to death. Chapter 676, Chinzhao played to death. Bang! The huge wave swept past and the entire roof was washed away. The four people jumped into the water immediately, opening their shields in the meantime. The wave looked fierce, but it did not hurt them much. The four people resurfaced. Fighting in water could really put them at a disadvantage. Cindy stood on the water again and opened her arms. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared beside the four. They swam with all their might, attempting to escape the force. However, the whirlpool was too strong. They could not resist the attraction at all. Just then, they saw a figure floating toward the center of the whirlpool. It looked like a corpse. But when it floated past Warrencom, he realized that it was Qin Zhao. He discovered that Qin Zhao was still conscious. At least his eyes were open. Warrencom grabbed Qin Zhao. "Qin, you're still alive." "Yeah. Why would you think I'm dead? Are you injured? Can you not move?" "No, I'm just saving my energy. So tired. Really want to take a nap." Warrencom did not notice any injuries on Qin Zhao's body. He was surprised at how lucky this Asian was. He had actually survived falling onto the roof from such a great height. Moreover, he was not killed by the huge wave. "If you don't want to die, swim now. You'll be dead for sure if you're sucked into the whirlpool." Warrencom was exhausted at the moment. It was strenuous to swim by himself, not to mention pulling Qin Zhao. Suddenly, Warrencom felt his wrist grabbed by Qin Zhao. Then, he was pulled into the water. "Ah, let go of me." Qin Zhao grabbed Warrencom and swam toward the house. He was diving underwater instead of swimming on the surface. Suddenly, however, Cindy blocked his path. Qin Zhao stopped and stared at her. Using this opportunity, Warrencom quickly surfaced and panted loudly. He had almost drowned. "That bastard. He almost killed me." Suddenly, there was a big splash of water. Qin Zhao was blasted out of the water and flew a dozen meters away. "He's dead now, right?" Warrencom thought. The fallen were really hard to deal with. Just when he thought that Qin Zhao was dead for certain, Qin Zhao re-emerged and tread in the water. What a tough guy. Even that couldn't kill him. Then, the water exploded and Qin Zhao flew into the air again. Just like this, Qin Zhao would be blown into the air every time, but he would be vigorously treading water in the next moment. By then, Warrencom was already on the rooftop of a mansion, looking at Qin Zhao in amusement. Is he made of iron? Can he not die? Just then, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna also reached the rooftop. What's with that guy? That fallen has been attacking just him. Dunno. Are they enemies? Qin Zhao was depressed. He could not even fight back in the water. But Cindy's attacks were really too weak for him. Every blast was like a child tapping him. Qin Zhao resurfaced. Cindy, how about you cast your ultimate? Do you enjoy making fun of me like this? Qin Zhao was very depressed, but Cindy was more depressed. She also wanted to kill Qin Zhao as soon as possible, but she just could not. Qin Zhao's resistance was too high. Having attacked him for so long, she was tired too. Although she had turned into a fallen, her magical power was still limited. She was stronger than before, but that did not mean she had infinite mana. Qin Zhao felt uncomfortable. He felt like something was about to explode in him. It was so close and yet so far. Just then, Qin Zhao felt his feet sink. Something had seized his legs and was pulling him down. Qin Zhao obviously struggled, but the force was pretty big. Without any support, Qin Zhao could not use most of his strength. Cindy was controlling the water flow. She had learned from her mistake. Even if she were to continue attacking, Qin Zhao might not get hurt. Since she could not kill him directly, she could try drowning him. Fuck. Did that thing make her more vicious too? Am I going to die in such a silly way? Warrencom and the other three looked anxious. They saw Qin Zhao struggling in the water. They knew that he was in trouble. But they did not have the courage to jump into the water again. Cindy was too dangerous in the water. They could not fight back at all. Chen Zhao could hold his breath for a long time, but it was still finite. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. The four people saw Chen Zhao struggling for over 10 minutes. Finally, he lay on the surface, motionless. He's finally dead. Nobody can beat her in such an environment. Cindy also heaved a long sigh. She had finally killed this troublesome guy. Although she had fallen, she still had her memories. She knew how terrifying Chen Zhao was. He was far more deadly than the other four. Even now, there was no way she could beat Chen Zhao in a straight fight. Hence, she had not given Chen Zhao any chance to be near her. She had been controlling the water to create trouble for Chen Zhao. From her feeling in the water, she could sense that Chen Zhao's body had already ceased functioning. His heart and blood flow had all stopped. She had spent most of her magical power to kill Chen Zhao with water. It was not hard to imagine how quickly she would die if Chen Zhao had a chance to counterattack. Now, she could finally deal with the four weaklings in peace. Warrencom, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuna looked even more troubled. Suddenly, the rain stopped. The four were first stunned. The rain stopped. No, the rain did not stop. Like the scene in Now You See Me Too, all the raindrops were floating in the air. The four people's expressions changed drastically. Warrencom shouted, "Shield!" The four opened their shields at the same time. The next instant, all the raindrops shot toward them. The roof they were on practically became a sieve. There were alarming holes all over the place. The four were still holding on, protected by their shields. However, their shields would not last forever. In addition, the roof would be destroyed very soon. They would be in the water again. Once that happened, they would be in a greater predicament. Suddenly, the limbs of Chen Zhao, who had been lying on water, moved slightly. Chapter 677, Amazing Concept, Terrible Abilities. Chapter 677, Amazing Concept, Terrible Abilities. Cindy turned hurriedly and stared at Chen Zhao's corpse. This also gave Warrencom's group time to breathe. They were all confused why Cindy suddenly stopped attacking. To her, Warrencom's group was nothing. But she had a deep understanding of how terrifying Chen Zhao was. He was her true worry. Finally, Chen Zhao raised his head subtly. "Ah. I'm just playing dead. Can you not keep staring at me?" Everyone was speechless. Do you have to be so into playing dead? Cindy could accept this even less. She drowned Chen Zhao for more than 10 minutes but couldn't kill him. To be honest, Chen Zhao was confused why he didn't drown to death either. But dying or not wasn't the point. The point was that he discovered he could breathe underwater. This was a surprising and critical discovery. He didn't have to be afraid of drowning anymore. At least, he knew that he definitely couldn't do this before. As for why he suddenly could, it was probably related to eating that key. He'd have to taste the other keys later. But he was still quite disappointed. He'd thought that the key had some great concept, but in the end, it just gave him some fish ability. It was so stupid. Cindy was furious. She felt like she'd gotten played. Go die. In that instant, the millions of rain droplets shot at Chen Zhao. Pitter-patter. Chen Zhao felt that his skin had thickened a lot. The rain hurt when it hit his skin, but it only hurt. He hurriedly dove into the water and the rain lost its effect. On the roof, Warrencom and the others were extremely nervous. Chen Zhao and Cindy both disappeared from sight. This unsettled them. "Boss, can that guy survive?" "It's hard. The Fallen's water spell is too strong. It's impossible to defeat her here." Warrencom wished that Chen Zhao would win, but logic told him that it was impossible. That Asian doesn't seem to be an average person. He can survive the Fallen's attacks. He's good at taking hits, but it'll only delay his death. Warrencom shook his head. If he didn't get discovered to be playing dead and worked with us to attack the Fallen secretly, there might have been a chance for success. But now that he's been discovered, there's little hope. Underwater. A water current attacked Chen Zhao again, tugging at him. But now, Chen Zhao was able to breathe underwater like fish. Other than controlling his body, the current wasn't very meaningful anymore. He wanted to open his mouth to mock Cindy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, water poured into him. Cough, cough. As expected, he could only breathe with his nose. His mouth couldn't breathe. He'd almost went overboard with showing off again. Cindy realized that Chen Zhao wasn't feeling uncomfortable at all right now. He just went with the flow without struggling. Did he know water spells too? Cindy's expression turned ugly. Her biggest and most powerful weapon was useless against Chen Zhao. Finally, he felt that the water current restraining him weakened. He got ready. It was finally his turn. Pumping in the water, he charged towards Cindy. Cindy was confident that she would be faster than Chen Zhao in the water. Confidence was good, but the thing was, she didn't know enough about Chen Zhao. A ball of dark serum suddenly loomed over her head. Chen Zhao had been tricking Cindy before. He'd put the dark shadow above Cindy's head on the water surface, but Cindy's attention had always been on him. She didn't expect that Chen Zhao's attack would come so suddenly. When the dark shadow enveloped her, everything else would be too late. Chen Zhao grabbed Cindy's neck and dragged her out of the water. Warrencom's group was in disbelief. That guy didn't die. And what was that in his hand? The Fallen. He won. How was that possible? How did he do it? Holding Cindy, Chen Zhao swam to dry land. Ooh. Being alive is great. Chen Zhao took out a can of beer. Ah, drinking beer after a victory feels so nice. He glanced at Cindy and sprayed beer onto her face. Hey, stop playing dead. Cindy opened her eyes. She'd indeed been playing dead. She'd thought that Chen Zhao would think of their past friendship. As long as he let go, she'd have a chance to escape. But Chen Zhao didn't give her that chance at all. Cindy glared at him. Threaten me. Say something like, if I kill you, so-and-so would take revenge for you. Cindy. Or you can beg for forgiveness, like, Mr. Chen, I was forced to do this. I had no choice. Warrencom. Not that either. I really anticipated this part though. I might have let you go. Chen Zhao was disappointed. The others looked at him speechlessly. How come this guy couldn't be more serious? Anyway, did you create this storm? Chen Zhao asked. You think I'm that strong? Cindy replied. Right, you're just a little shrimp. I overestimated you. Chen Zhao shook his head. She's yours. Mr. Chen, how about you just kill her? Look, I have a bottom line too. First, she's a little girl. Second, you can say we were acquaintances before. I can't do it, Chen Zhao said. You guys don't look like good people, so you should be able to do this without feeling bad, right? You are the bad guy. And we even wanted to save you at first. Shove a bomb into her mouth. She'll die even if she's made of steel. Fear showed on Cindy's face. When Warrencom's group looked at Chen Zhao, it was like staring at a demon. He said he was a good person and had a bottom line, but his solution was so cruel. Anyway, can the Fallen recover their senses? Chen Zhao asked. Everyone stared at him. wasn't it too late to ask this critical question? Technically, killing the source of the fallen can deactivate their fallen mindset. I see. Looks like you don't have to die, Cindy. Happy? Cindy turned her head without speaking. But bringing her along is like dead weight, Warrencom said. Right. Then let's just kill her. Warrencom was honestly speechless. Was this guy a true demon? If he was a good guy, shouldn't he say, no matter what, I'll help you take care of her? Okay, I was just kidding. Chen Zhao chuckled. Come, open your mouth. Not caring if Cindy was willing or not, he clenched her chin and the dark serum flowed into her mouth. Chapter 678, I'll leave the task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Chapter 678, I'll leave the task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Chen Zhao let go of Cindy. Immediately, she turned around and jumped into the water. Catch her! Warrencom shouted. But it was too late. Cindy kicked and disappeared in the water. She's fast, Chen Zhao exclaimed, looking at the water. Mr. Chen, why were you so careless? You know her abilities and still released her. If I say that my hand slipped, would you believe me? Everyone looked at Chen Zhao with a "do you think I'm an idiot" expression. Fine, none of you would believe me. Even I don't believe myself. Chen Zhao's perfunctory behavior made everyone helpless. Chen Zhao had caught Cindy, after all. If Chen Zhao was not there, they would probably have died by now. Mr. Chen, are you a wizard? You too? Nope, Warrencom said. No. You think I'm stupid? Chen Zhao was very doubtful. We're Knights Templar, Warrencom said in a serious tone. Goodbye. Chen Zhao had an obvious look in his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? We're being serious, Warrencom said. Our mission is to maintain world peace. So you really do think I'm an idiot? Just then, Warrencom took out a badge. This is the badge of our organization. On the badge, there was a shield with a sword sticking out from it. It looked quite nice. Which manufacturer did you get this from? Whether you believe us or not, we have the same goal, Warrencom said. To kill the source of the fallen. Wrong, actually I'm not part of this, Chen Zhao suddenly said solemnly. I was dragged into this. In fact, I believe that you're the Knights Templar, and that you maintain world peace. Moreover, I truly respect your belief and courage. Come, let's have a beer. I'll leave the important task of maintaining world peace to y'all. Mr. Chen, we need your help. Warrencom looked at Chen Zhao sincerely. You surely have more people than this. To be honest, Chen Zhao was suspicious of it. Their name, the Knights Templar, sounded amazing. It was obviously a powerful organization. Maintaining world peace was a huge topic too. But how would these four weaklings maintain world peace? We're from the North America division. We're the first to arrive. How about reinforcement? Chen Zhao asked. A few divisions have responded, but they need time for visas. I would imagine a powerful organization like yours shouldn't have a problem with visas. Rolling his eyes was no longer enough to display Chen Zhao's current mood. Are there not any members who can travel visa-free? Yes, there are, but they're not free. Not free or don't want to come. The problem this time is kinda troublesome. How troublesome? It's disaster level, Warrencom said. In the past 100 years, there had only been 2 disaster level events. This is the third one. How were the last 2 solved? Sacrifices. Tell me how many people have died. A lot. Be precise. The last one was in 1998. Think a few hundred died. How does the current situation compare to that one? It's weaker this time, Warrencom said. Then what do you think are the odds of us winning? We don't have to attack the fallen source now. We can buy time first. At least wait until the rainstorm stops. Alright, do you have a plan? Chen Zhao asked. Nope. I feel like we should wait until the larger team arrives. Just you and I can't win the thing. Warrencom sighed, but millions of people are suffering now. As long as the rain doesn't stop, hundreds of lives will be in danger. Why don't you look at the Middle East first? The Knights Templar do not discuss politics. Fine, to be fair, I'm scared too. Let's stop there. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's phone, which he had hidden in his underwear, rang. Everyone was shocked. Chen Zhao took out his phone. Hi, Fei Lai, I'm fine. I'm having beer and roast meat at the moment. Just sail around the sea for now. It's dangerous in New York. Chen Zhao had originally wanted to fight the fallen source head-on, but he was rather scared after hearing Warrencom's words. He felt that the situation was worse than he had thought. Just then, a few corpses floated toward them from the city. Everyone was dispirited. Chen Zhao wanted to help, but he was not going to kill himself. He did not think he was that great either. Chen Zhao always believed that even if the sky were to collapse, it would hit the tall ones first. But from who knows when, he had become a tall one. By the way, do you have any secret weapon that can damage the fallen source? Like a nuclear bomb. Mr. Chen, please don't joke at such a time. I wasn't joking. You said how troublesome that thing is. If we go there just like this, we're definitely going to die. We're ready to sacrifice ourselves. Really? Yes. Fuck. Why did I have to meet you? Chen Zhao cursed. Fine, I'll go with you, but only to bury your corpses. Do not think that I'll actually take the risk. Mr. Chen, thank you. Thank me later. Maybe I'll run away before you know it, Chen Zhao said in frustration. Then let's go. Let's go. For world peace. How do we get there? The 5 people stood on the rooftop, looking at the massive flood. Oh, how did you drop from the sky earlier? Let me call the helicopter, Warrencom said. A few minutes later, the helicopter arrived. Your organization really has a complete set of facilities. You can even call a helicopter. We rented the helicopter. Everyone looked awkward. Chen Zhao was speechless too. They had just killed the conversation. The helicopter headed straight to the Witch Society's HQ. Soon, the party arrived above the Witch Society, which was now totally covered in water. Moreover, because the place was lower than its surrounding, the flooding was especially severe. The group wore the parachutes, but there were only 4. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. Where's my parachute? We'll go down first. Then you lower the helicopter and jump down. Fine. Chen Zhao was speechless. The 4 jumped off the helicopter one after another. Suddenly, however, a large tentacle extended from the water and gripped the helicopter, which was tens of meters in the air. Lower, lower. Chen Zhao roared. However, as the helicopter spun wildly, Chen Zhao was thrown out of it at once. Ah! Chapter 679, I have a big trick. Chapter 679, I have a big trick. Earlier, the 5 had cheered each other on in the helicopter. How come they just started the mission and already lost someone? Warrencom's group of 4 landed safely. But seeing Chen Zhao fall from a dozen meters in the sky, they felt that he probably met an unfortunate end. Hurry and go see where Chen Zhao fell. Maybe there's still hope. Everyone swam toward Chen Zhao's direction and saw him floating on the surface. Dead? No. Warrencom hurried over. Does this count as dying before I could even go into war? Chen Zhao wanted to cry. No one would feel happy after falling down from such a height. Thankfully, he'd fallen onto water, so he didn't turn into ground meat. Just then, the water under him moved and a tentacle wrapped around him. It raised him in the air and slammed him into the water. He was knocked harshly from the crash. He experienced the feeling of falling out of the helicopter again. Then the tentacle reached toward him again. If Chen Zhao continued to play dead, he would really die. He immediately took out the bronze sword and swung it. Whoosh! The tentacle was cut and sank into the water. Chen Zhao grabbed a large tree and stood on the branch, waving his sword. Fuck, come on, come if you dare. Then, multiple tentacles reached out of the water. Big, small, long, and short ones spread over the water surface of the entire witch society. A ball of flesh appeared in the distance. Charlotte and Cindy stood on it. It's you. You're finally here. The ball didn't have a mouth, but everyone heard its voice. You still remember me, right? I've never been so insulted by someone. I will never forget your insult. Wait. Can we be fair here? When did I ever insult you? Did you forget? You requested my image to strip. Do you even forget your own words? Warrencom's group stared at Chen Zhao. It felt like he'd been fed dog shit. Bullcrap. When did I ever say that? Whether you admit it or not, it's the truth. By the way, is your surname Cerrone? Cerrone. Do you have a relative called Yogg Cerrone? Is he mocking me again? The ball asked. Charlotte and Cindy didn't know what to say, but they had to admit that Chen Zhao was very nonchalant. Maybe you aren't clear about the situation yet, or you think that you can defeat me just because you defeated my servant. The ball controlled all of its tentacles, waving them crazily. Now, I will tear you apart. A tentacle descended from the sky, hacking down at Chen Zhao. He raised his sword and cut off the tentacle with a sound. But the tentacle behind him swept at his back. He flew out. As soon as he landed on the water, another tentacle attacked, crashing down. Suddenly, a huge explosion came from above his head. The tentacle that had attacked Chen Zhao was blasted to bits. Chen Zhao emerged from the water. Warrencom nodded. No need to thank me. Thank your ass. Did you want to kill me too? If not for the fact that an internal fight wasn't suitable now, Chen Zhao really wanted to kill Warrencom. Right then, the cut tentacles grew back. Continue. Let me see when you'll use up all your strength. Everyone's expressions changed. Chen Zhao made a face. This is troublesome. My power cannot be combated by a human. I am a god. Chen Zhao looked at the meatball. Are you some cow that escaped from your owner? Human, are you spouting nonsense again? Chen Zhao studied it. I know a guy who likes to raise things like you. Ha! The meatball scoffed. Go die. The meatball seemed to not care, but its attack was harsher than before. It seemed to really want to kill Chen Zhao now. He danced with his sword and Warrencom's group kept firing their weapons, shooting out bombs. But both Chen Zhao's sword and their weapons had a limited effect on the meatball. Their rate of killing the tentacles couldn't catch up with the recovery rate. Fuck, it's never ending. Chen Zhao put all his might in every move. Even he would feel tired. Do you guys have a solution? I'm almost out of ammo. I want you to think of a solution, not to give me bad news. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Do you have a solution? Warrencom's group was speechless. What solution could they have? The tentacles were never-ending. One grew out as soon as it was cut. Even an entire army would probably be wiped out, let alone the few of them. Don't you guys have some hidden card or special trick? Chen Zhao yelled in frustration. No, Warrencom answered in annoyance. He had to fight while dealing with Chen Zhao's mind pollution. Chen Zhao was the type of person who wasn't serious even when fighting. None of you? Chen Zhao asked. Nope. You don't, but I do. Chen Zhao said. Everyone grew spirited. Did this guy have some hidden card? If you do, hurry and take it out. We can't keep up for long. Chen Zhao yelled, and suddenly, there was a layer of dark serum on his blade. The blade expanded multiple times and he spun in circles. All the surrounding tentacles were sliced off instantly. Everyone was shocked. He was so strong. If Chen Zhao could maintain this status, they might be able to win. But the next moment, Chen Zhao withered. So tiring. As expected, I can't unleash these tricks whenever. What? Nothing more. That's it. It only lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds is already really strong. Don't you see how hard I worked? Fuck you, are you joking with us? Warrencom felt like it was a complete mistake to have Chen Zhao come. This guy barely helped but affected his team greatly. As long as he was here, his teammates couldn't focus on fighting. Chen Zhao was breathless now too. That trick had indeed been a big trick for him. I still have more tricks, he said. Stop kidding us. Spare us those useless tricks. I really do. It can definitely determine the victor. I won't believe you anymore. Doesn't matter if you believe me or not. Watch me. Ultimate mystery, vomit. Chapter 680, Let Me Die for a While. Chapter 680, Let Me Die for a While. Vomit. Everyone's face darkened. You are really playing us, Warrencom roared. Can't you see the current situation? Suddenly, however, Cindy, who was standing atop the ball, began to vomit. She was vomiting dark serum. The dark serum seeped into the air holes on the ball. Then, the ball of flesh started to roll on the ground, slapping Cindy and Charlotte with one of its tentacles. Consumed by pain, the ball rolled wildly in the water. Warrencom, Hawkinson, Hatcher, and Yuno were dumbfounded. This works. They realized that Chen Zhao had deliberately let Cindy go earlier. He had been plotting against the fallen source since that time. At this moment, they finally understood Chen Zhao's intention. It was no wonder he had released Cindy that easily. Nonetheless, the mad ball was even more dangerous. Chen Zhao and the rest frantically dodged the tentacles. At the same time, Chen Zhao had to control the dark serum to destroy the balls inside. Suddenly, Chen Zhao was sent flying by a tentacle. Warrencom and the rest watched as Chen Zhao flew into the air. Then, the ball disappeared into the water. It's trying to escape. Warrencom and the rest realized that the ball had retracted all its tentacles. They immediately took out their weapons, ready to blast the ball. Suddenly, however, many corpses floated onto the surface. They were all former members of the Witch Society. With opened mouths and ferocious looks, they leaped at the group. Bam, bam. Boom. The corpses had no abilities except for the terrifying tentacles extending from their mouths. When their bodies were destroyed, there would be a puddle of black blood. Warrencom and the rest finally eliminated all the corpses. However, the ball had already escaped by then. The group felt relieved, as if the world was renewed. Oh, where's Mr. Chen. Let's quickly find him. The four searched for Chen Zhao and discovered that he was floating on the water. Is he dead? No, absolutely not, Warrencom said. He would never die like this. The group approached Chen Zhao and saw him floating with his eyes open. Mr. Chen, are you okay? Let me die for a while. The fallen source has fled. Do you have a solution? Chen Zhao glanced at Warrencom. Do I look like a god? No. So I can't do anything about it. Can't you control the black liquid? Yes, but there's a range limit. Is there nothing you can do? Nope. The rain stopped and the dark clouds seemed to have dissipated. Everything was finally over. At least it was over for now. To the residents of New York, the sudden disaster was certainly unforgettable. Wounded, Chen Zhao stood up from the dirty water. Warrencom stared at him with a complicated look. The battle had ended with a miraculous victory. Of course, it was nearly impossible for the five of them to kill the fallen source. Nevertheless, they were very satisfied with the outcome. At least they had managed to stop the fallen source. Cindy and Charlotte had disappeared. As for whether they were still alive, Chen Zhao could not care. Hey, Fei Lai, it's over. The entire New York was submerged in sorrow. The five walked on the streets just like this. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help. On a street where the water had just receded, a man was about to sexually assault a woman. Chen Zhao walked up and kicked the man into the air. Fuck you. I didn't save the world because of people like you. You killed him. Warrencom looked at Chen Zhao. And then? Are you going to arrest me? No, but if this happens again, can you at least keep him alive? Yuno left a piece of clothing for the woman. They could still hear her crying in the distance. The floodwater retreated quickly. The city had many drains and a complete sewer system. In addition, it was beside the sea. As soon as the sewers were cleared, the water level began to drop rapidly. However, nobody knew how many corpses were washed into the sea. Mr. Chen, what's your plan for now? Have a long sleep. Chen Zhao was extremely exhausted and injured. Of course, the same was true for Warrencom and the rest. No, I mean your plan for the future. Chen Zhao turned to look at Warrencom, after which he turned back. Don't ask me to join the Knights Templar. Don't ask me to maintain world peace. I just want to eat, sleep, and die. I'm not that great, and I don't plan to be the savior. Chen Zhao forced Warrencom to swallow the rest of his sentence. Warrencom glanced at him. We've saved millions of people. Can't you feel your blood boiling with passion? I think internal bleeding might be more appropriate. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Chen Zhao returned to the ruined mansion. Warrencom was still following him. Warrencom still wanted to convince him to join them. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had done nothing other than rolling his eyes. He definitely did not want to experience this again. It was too painful. After the fight, Chen Zhao felt like his bones were about to fall apart. From afar, he already saw Fei Lai standing on the deck of the yacht. As the yacht neared the beach, Fei Lai jumped down and ran toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao hugged her, while she reached out to touch his head. Are you very tired? Fei Lai felt sad. She had never seen Chen Zhao so weak before. He had barely managed to lift her. But she could not help. All she could do was to not make the situation worse for him. Fei Lai glanced at Warrencom and the rest behind Chen Zhao. Why are they? Temporary teammates, Chen Zhao replied causally. Then, he turned to look at Warrencom. Are you not leaving? Mr. Chen, we're leaving now. Let's drink together again next time. The female teacher looked at Chen Zhao, confused. What exactly did he do last night? Why did he not board the yacht? Chen Zhao seemed to possess a mysterious charm, making her want to explore further. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao was not planning to make friends with her. Rich guy, find us a house, Chen Zhao shouted at Houseman. Don't ask anything from me. I saved you last night, so you have to pay back. I'm Houseman, not rich guy. Houseman was helpless. Chen Zhao had saved him for the second time. Therefore, he was not in any position to request something. Chapter 681, Sleep is Fill. Chapter 681, Sleep is Fill. Fei Lai had never seen Chen Zhao sleep for 2 days in a row. If he didn't turn occasionally, Fei Lai would suspect that he was in a coma. They couldn't go anywhere these 2 days either. If it wasn't for House's arrangement, they might not even have a place to stay. All the hotels were packed. The entirety of New York City was covered in mud. Of course, House's abilities showed now. Even when all of the hotels were packed, he could still get Chen Zhao and Fei Lai into the best hotel. When Chen Zhao woke up, New York had recovered too. New York City was the world's busiest city and had an annual GDP of $1 trillion. When a city like this stopped operating for a day, billions of dollars would be lost. Even though tragedy floated over every corner of the city, things went back to normal in only 2 days. Chen Zhao stretched in bed. Sleeping was the best enjoyment for humans. All of his pain and weakness had disappeared. Fei Lai, how long did I sleep for? Fei Lai brought him breakfast and looked at the time. 51 hours in total. 51 hours. Chen Zhao was shocked. What date is it? The 20th. Is Rufford's race today? He called yesterday, Fei Lai said. The New York leg is cancelled. Chen Zhao thought about it and didn't find it unexpected. What about Zola's fashion show? It was held yesterday. In times like this, people would still attend a fashion show. You underestimate the wealthy's resistance toward a disaster. For them, this is just a special experience. Chen Zhao didn't know how to reply. He pulled Fei Lai into his arms and said, Do you dislike rich people? How can I? You're a rich person now too. Chen Zhao's hand started straying but Fei Lai stopped him quickly. Wait. What's wrong? You can't today. Cough, cough. Alice coughed awkwardly. Chen Zhao finally realized that there was another person in the room. Alice, how come you're still here? Alice's expression was awkward. Where do you think she should be? Fei Lai rolled her eyes. Chen Zhao had a blank face. What else? The problem is solved and no one will keep trying to kill her. Shouldn't she disappear from my eyes now? She's just a child. She's 18, right? 16. Okay, 16 is an adult in some states, I think, so I believe she knows where she should go now. Mr. Chen, I want to join the supernatural organization. Chen Zhao was speechless. Was the supernatural organization something you could join whenever you wanted? Mr. Chen, my teacher Michelle is known as the Wikipedia of magic. And now, not a bit of that Wikipedia is left, right? Fei Lai pinched Chen Zhao. Why did he have to make it sound so bad? The little girl just lost her family. Couldn't he be nicer? Chen Zhao couldn't help it. He didn't want to hurt Alice, but he really didn't want the supernatural organization to become a trash collection. Right now, the only one who could fight was Gaia. The ratio was already low enough. If he added another failure, then it would lower the average of the group again. Half of the Witch Society's books are recorded in my blood. I can contribute them all to the supernatural organization. Chen Zhao's eyebrow arched. Welcome to the supernatural organization. Feilai and Alice were speechless. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Chen, it's me, Louis. Oh, Louis, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Huh? Chen Zhao thought about it. Then he suddenly remembered that he might have agreed to help treat Louis's friend. Oh, I remember. Your friend's condition, right? Yes. When are you free? I'm free now, but if I have to give your friend a checkup, then can you lend me your private jet? Feilai and Alice were speechless. Just tell me when you want to use the plane. It's ready for you at any time. Sure. Where's your friend? I'll go over now. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Feilai, where are we now? Hilda Hotel. This is the Hilda Hotel. Chen Zhao was somewhat shocked. He would never forget the Hilda Hotel or what had happened there. What's wrong? Is this some strange place? Feilai didn't know what had happened, but Alice did. She didn't participate in that battle, but it didn't stop her from knowing about it or how Chen Zhao had performed during it. A while later, Louis was here. Chen, have you been living here these days? Yeah, what's wrong? After the rain stopped, I went to your neighborhood to look for you, but you'd already left. No shit. How can anyone still live there? I used all my connections but couldn't find you. You didn't register with the hotel. My friend helped me, Chen Zhao said. It's that urgent. It's urgent for my friend, Louis said. What exactly is wrong with him? It's hard to say. What's hard to say? Are there no symptoms? She keeps saying there's someone in front of her, but the others in her house don't see anyone. Chen Zhao considered it. Hysteria. She says her mind is normal. I suspect that she's seeing ghosts. You have magic inside of you now. Can you see the people that she's seeing? No. Louis shook his head. What about George? Can he see his own people? No. Have you checked a psychologist? Do you think it's hysteria? I hope not, Chen Zhao said helplessly. That's the only condition I can't help with. Whatever it is, please go take a look. Chen Zhao nodded. Louis's friend was rich too. There were a dozen servants just in the garden, but they kept cleaning up the garden. The rainstorm from a few days ago had affected this place too. Louis led Chen Zhao to the front yard. There was a woman sitting under a parasol in the distance with a butler in a black uniform beside her. Norma, uncle is here. Chen Zhao glanced at Louis. Didn't he say it was a friend? How come it's his niece? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.